You can mute yourself. Very good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 5th India Global Summit on 28th November 2020, done along with the World Education Summit 2020. It is the 17th conference in World Education Summit, and we are in the 5th edition of the India Global Summit. Fortunately, unfortunately, this year we have come online. For the last 4 years, we have been traveling around the world and doing this conference. The very first conference we did none other than University of Cambridge in 2015. Then we were invited by our good friends in Denver, in University of Denver. We hosted this 2-day conference. Then we moved next year to MIT in Boston, where Anupam Kherji came over. And last year, we were fortunate to be hosted by the team in Southampton, in UK, where the great team, their British hospitality was demonstrated. And we were having a standing invitation this year from Imperial College, but unfortunately, due to COVID, we are all at home. We are all attending. The benefit of this online conference is that more and more of us can join without traveling to a particular city or a country. So welcome all. And with me, I'm Nikhil Agarwal. With me, I have my friend and co-host and the chairman and the chief editor of Elets, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Dr. Ravi, would you like to talk about World Education Summit, please?
Yes. Thank you, Nikhil ji. I am Ravi Gupta. I am a CEO and founder of Elets Technomedia Private Limited. It's a organization founded 17 years back, and we have been creating awareness about usage of ICT in the field of education, health, governance, and banking sector. We have been bringing out 4 magazines, and these magazines keep on documenting Indian and global best practices in the field of innovations in education, health, banking, and governance. So we have our magazine called eGov, which is a e-governance magazine, a magazine called eHealth, a magazine called Digital Learning, and a magazine called Banking and Finance Post. And this World Education Summit we started in 2011, inspired by the vision of Professor APJ Abdul Kalam. And he was our keynote speaker in 2011, the first edition. And we have taken this conference to Dubai, Bahrain, and with the India Global, we have gone to Denver, and also to Indian cities like Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Delhi. So this is the first edition virtually, and it's a honor to be collaborating with India Global in this endeavor. So thank you all the eminent speakers for joining us in this program today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raviji. So conference today will be a very busy evening. We will be very busy and very stimulating evening. I know that many of you in India particularly are enjoying the long weekend. But long weekend, it's the start of the long weekend. It's a Saturday. We would be discussing some very, very critical topics, and we have a plethora of speakers. We already have people like Mr. Arvind, Government of India. We have Member of Parliament, Dr. Amar Patnaik. We would be speaking to and honoring Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy, who is one of the topmost doctors and topmost gastroenterologists in the world. And we have host of speakers like Major Ashok Kaul, who's Notional Awardee, scientists from US, Yashovardhan, entrepreneurs like Sanjeev Tripathi ji. All of them are joining from all across the world. And so without you, me and Ravi being between the great sessions, I would like to begin the next session and request, let me share my screen. We have next session by is on how Indo-China relationship is emerging. We have our moderator, Dr. Yashodhan, He is a senior scientist, National Renewable Energy Laboratory with the US government. We have our keynote speech from Mr. Arvind Gupta, who is a former Deputy National Security Advisor and currently the Director of Vivekananda International Foundation. Along with that, we have Mr. Kumar Saurabh Raj, IAS, who is a Director for Technical Education, Government of Rajasthan. We have Mr. Prasoon Sharma, a Director for India Global Center for Chinese Studies, also the Pentalent Scholar from NYU and UCL. And we have Mr. Vijay Kranti, the noted journalist. So I would like to now invite Dr. Yashodhan to take over and start the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Nikhilji, and good evening and good morning and good afternoon to one and all for all the people who are joining all across the world. And I hope some of the people from East Coast and West Coast might have started joining by now. And this India-China standoff is a recent matter of a conversation. And as recently as a couple of days back, China and India have maintained that they are having a candid and in-depth communication and coordination to promote the disengagement in areas along the line of actual control in Eastern Ladakh. And they are also now maintaining that since the 8th round of China-India Corpus Commander level meeting, the situation in the border region is now quietening. However, we know that there are still stiff challenges because of the winter is coming in, and actual condition on the line of actual control is still remains critical. However, we have to look at a larger issue here and go beyond the contemporary scenario and also go beyond the scenario of just strategic and military issues. And because we know that there was a Wuhan summit where there was a Wuhan spirit with which India and China were operating, and Indian Prime Minister visited China, and then Chinese Premier visited Chennai, and there was a summit in Chennai. And so there are bouquet of issues in which trade is an issue, business is an issue, trade deficit is an issue from Indian side. So this is a pertinent question in front of us really, that how India-China relationship is going to evolve in next decade in multiple domains. And of course, settling of border issues remains one of the critical challenges. However, there is also a conversation that India should pursue China as opportunity rather than pursuing as a threat, and how far it is realistic, and whether India can become a next manufacturing hub and can have a certain collaboration with China. That is one of the important issues which we would like to discuss today. It has been always discussed that China is a manufacturing hub and India is a software kind of a hub. And that's why it's quite possible that India can have a golden thread strategy, so that very run-of-the-mill hardware can be manufactured in the China. However, India can manufacture a golden thread. That's the intelligence within, say, a smartphone, or intelligence in a particular algorithm, because India is has very rich culture of innovation in science and technology. It's not to say that China doesn't have it, but India has got its own advantages in that sector. So can such strategies work in future where India and China can benefit from each other? So in order to have this diverse conversation, we are very pleased to have Dr. Arvind Gupta sir with us. And he has been a speaker a couple of months ago in one of the seminars with India Global. And we consider him as one of the mentors and one of the leading minds in all the foreign policy and policy issues in general. So let me in detail introduce Arvind Gupta sir with you. He is a Indian Foreign Service officer from 1979 batch, and he was a former Deputy National Security Advisor and a Secretary of National Security Council, and then he was a Joint Secretary to NSCS on deputation from Ministry of External Affairs. From 1999 to 2007, he dealt with a wide range of national security issues within the NSC structure. He had a wide range of interaction in official capacity with delegations of other countries, and he was a former Director General of Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis in New Delhi. Lal Bahadur Shastri, Chair of National Security in IDSA from 2008 to 2011. He conducted track to level interaction with think tanks and countries. So IDSA is entirely funded by Ministry of Defense. He served as in Indian diplomatic missions in Moscow, London, and Ankara, and dealt with Afghanistan, Kashmir, Soviet Union, Russia, and Central Asia. He was a visiting member of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. So we are really pleased to have Dr. Arvind Gupta sir with us. Presently, he is a director of Vivekananda International Foundation. He has written 4 books and co-edited several. His book on how India manages its national security was published by Penguin Random House in 2018. So I would like to invite Dr. Arvind Gupta sir to deliver his keynote address. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Yashodhanji, for that introduction. Thank you so much. Dr. Nikhil Agarwal for inviting me to this summit. And thank you, friends, for gathering together here today to discuss India-China relations. Let me just begin with the question which Yashodhanji raised, which is a very important question, and which was whether India and China can work together and India can emerge as a hub of technologies along with China, and combining software and hardware capabilities of the two countries, etc. Now, I think that was a format, or that was the framework in which we had started collaborating, cooperating with China. And in the mid-90s, 1986, when Rajiv Gandhi went, we adopted this framework along with the Chinese that let us forget, or rather keep our boundary question on the back burner, and let's have a collaboration and cooperation in other areas so that we can utilize each other's potential. If you remember, during in the 90s, there were a series of agreements which were signed on the management of the boundary differences, the line of actual control, confidence building measures, etc. And this process continued till very recently. And you also mentioned the Wuhan spirit and the Mamallapuram spirit, etc. So if we have to answer the question that you raised, we have to also now see in the last 30, 40 years, where has India-China relationship gone? So the problem is today, the relationship is marked by deep distrust of each other. So if you have a deep distrust as manifest in the India-China boundary standoff, etc., can you proceed with the collaboration and cooperation that you're talking about? I think this model we applied for some years. The result was a $100 billion trade, but mostly in their favor. Became unsustainable. In fact, it hollowed out India and its manufacturing capability in so many times, so many ways. So I think one has to be very careful. While it looks very nice that India and China can collaborate, should cooperate, there are, there is enough room for the two countries to grow, etc. You remember China's peaceful rise. We have heard all this. But what is the reality? The reality is that after 50 years, India-China skirmishes happened on the LAC. 20 of our brave soldiers died. And today, despite 8 or 9 rounds of talks, military level talks, we are nowhere near disengagement and de-escalation that we have been talking about. And it looks very unlikely that this will happen anytime in the near future. So we have, I think, crossed a hump. We are now in a new territory where the assumption that China and India can work together is going to be questioned, because the trust has been completely destroyed by the Chinese when they perpetrated this heinous act, and they killed our soldiers. And today we have a very difficult and situation on the border, and anything can happen. So that question, I think, today the question is, how do you manage China, which has become assertive, which is no longer interested in following the rules of the game, rule-based order, which is threatening Japan, which is threatening Australia, using economic coercion on Australia, which is intensified its operation in Tibet, which has oppressed its minorities in Xinjiang, and which is threatening to take over Taiwan. And there's a huge tension in Taiwan Straits, where every day at least 10-15 times they cross the median line and go to the jets go to the Taiwanese side and create a huge tension. Then, of course, South China Sea has almost completely been taken up by them. And the world, the Obama administration at one point of time thought that the Chinese can be made responsible stakeholders in the world. That has not happened. And you have now today, after this peaceful rise, ruse that the earlier time Chinese leader put on their policies. Today we have a situation when they're talking openly of China Dream, and they're using Belt and Road Initiative to enhance their influence all over the world, be it in Eurasia, be it in South China Sea, in India's neighborhood, in Europe. And their actions are now created a lot of confusion, a lot of apprehension all over the world. So yes, economic issues, etc., are very important. But I think the reality that China is assertive and trying to build a world order in its own image cannot be ignored either. So I think the question, to my mind, the question that we should really be asking is, how do we deal with China, which is now creating so much pressure on India? And this pressure, of course, the larger aspect of the bigger picture of India-China standoff is not just the LAC. But remember that the Chinese today are in Gilgit-Baltistan with their China-Pakistan economic corridor. And Gilgit-Baltistan is an Indian territory, sovereign territory, under the illegal occupation of Pakistan. Remember, this area, particularly the Daulat Beg Oldi, Galwan area, etc., is not very far from Gilgit-Baltistan. And today, the Chinese are following a policy of breaching and penetrating the Himalayas, which were earlier seen as impenetrable wall. But they have actually done that. And they are building roads in that area in a big way. And they are building railway lines to Nepal. They have already built a railway line which is coming from Beijing to Lhasa. And now they are building a railway line connecting Sichuan and Tibet. And earlier we used to talk about several seasons for Chinese turnover, troops turnover in Tibet. And now it is within a matter of days. They can bring huge amount of force onto the border in no time. So I think their capabilities have increased. And their penetration of the Indian neighborhood is now putting on pressure on India's neighborhood first policy. You see what the Nepalese have done. They have amended their constitution and put the disputed area of Kalapani into their constitution and their maps. The Chinese ambassador in Nepal is openly interfering in the affairs of Nepal and is trying to patch up the differences within the Nepalese Communist Party. And they're using money, they're using all kinds of techniques, the inducements, etc. Today, Mandarin is being taught in all Chinese, in Nepalese schools. The Tibetans have no access. Earlier, the refugees used to come from Tibet into Nepal. No more. So, and you look at Bangladesh, look at Sri Lanka and other places. So I think India today is facing a all-round pressure from China, both direct and indirect. So that is the reality, and that cannot be ignored. Now, if you look at the Chinese rise on a global scale, it has disturbed the equilibrium. Today, the US, I think one thing you must give to Trump is that he saw the true nature of the Chinese and called out their bluff. And he started, this China tariff war with China, and he put them on the mat on the technology and IPR thefts. But the Chinese, I do not know what will happen now with the Biden administration. I think they do know the reality of the Chinese rise, but their approach will be different from that of Trump, and they might perhaps begin to engage China. And once you begin to engage China, even if the issues are not resolved, I think you have then lessened the pressure or decreased the pressure on China. The way coronavirus issue has been handled in the US and in China, there's so much difference. The Chinese have now tom-tomming that they have handled the coronavirus much better than the Americans or the West. And America has lost about almost 250,000 lives in the virus. So this is being seen by the world, and hence there is a whole equilibrium has been disturbed. The Chinese economy probably is the only major economy which is showing a positive growth. So they are also saying that, look, we are the engine of global growth. And the Chinese now are also, you can see there is a dissonance between economic and security and political, elites in the West. So many companies, Western companies, American companies, European, Japanese companies, they don't want to leave China. And the Chinese are either pressurizing them or giving them inducements and want to keep them there, because any disturbance in the global supply chains can hurt Chinese quite badly. And they want to make sure that these supply chains do not move out of China, although some may move out. So there's a big game that is now, a totally world is now experiencing a dissonance on the economic issues on the one side and the political issues on the other. This was there earlier also, but this has now intensified because of China's role in the global economy. So the world, the major countries are trying to adjust to the Chinese rise. But overall, there is a degree of confusion in the US, in Europe, and in India also. We have to really begin to think about the reality of China and have some views on the kind of questions which Yashodhan ji raised. The Adaptation is going to take some time, and I think the Atmanirbharta concept which Prime Minister Modi has given, probably that offers some way out, which means that we must become self-sufficient in major technologies, in strategic technologies, and also build on our intrinsic strengths if you have to deal with China. And we must pay a lot of attention on our neighborhood, because a penetration of the neighborhood is also a major security challenge for India. Uh, we should also pay attention to the defense preparedness and the infrastructure preparedness, because today our defense budget is very small as compared to the Chinese defense budget. And today, the Chinese perfidy has come at a time when we are battling the COVID crisis and we are battling the economic crisis. So it was a very well-timed thing in my view, because they wanted to take advantage of the confusion or the difficulties that the world is, and they opened up in many fronts, as I said, and India was unfortunately one of them. Now, what is happening on the India-China border, and what about these talks, etc.? Now, of course, the talks have gone on, but in reality, so far, the differences on how to disengage are very serious. As you know, India was able to occupy some strategic heights in the Kailash range south of Pangong Tso Lake. These are very strategic, and China wants that India should vacate these heights. And but that's a good bargaining point India has now in these discussions. But India has to be very careful while negotiating disengagement, because Chinese cannot be trusted. If you vacate some areas, they may be there tomorrow once again. Then it will be very difficult to dislodge them or to reach those heights, because remember, these heights are minus 18,000 feet, minus 20, 30 degrees centigrade in the winter. And today, India's approach should really be to deal with China and tell them that, look, we want to resolve the boundary question, because that is the real stumbling block in the further development of India-China relations. So we have experimented with this idea of keeping the boundary on the back burner, but we have not gone very far. The Chinese, our reading is that the Chinese are simply not interested. And in fact, in one of the recent seminars, a think tank seminar, the top Chinese leaders, former top Chinese officials, they came and said that India should delink the boundary question from the rest of the bilateral relationship. Now, in my view, if we fall into that trap, then you would have lost the game for a very long time. So this is the time for us to stay put, stay firm on the border, make the necessary infrastructure that is required. And we are not pushover. The Chinese should get that message. We should build alliances or partnerships that are required, like the one we did with the Americans, Japanese, and the Australians, that is the Quad. We should have all the reforms that we have been talking about. We should push them with economic reforms as well as the military reforms. In other words, we should really build on our strengths. We have been doing so, but I think the pace has been slow, and there are problems of resources. There are problems of implementation, but we have to address that. I think India should press for a reset with the India-China in India-China relations and make the resolution of the boundary question as a central point of that. It will not be easy because the Chinese are not interested, and there is a certain asymmetry in comprehensive national strengths of India and China. We must bridge that gap. And until we do that, I think we should join hands with others because the Chinese actions have caused concern in many countries. So this is the direction in which our policies should proceed. I think I have spoken for about 20 minutes. It was the time you had suggested. So I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks for your pointed intervention and suggesting one of policy envelope for the future. Just one quick question from our end is there is a little bit of conversation at the moment happening regarding whether India should have joined RCEP, and probably it should have opened up to RCEP and should have taken a seat on the table. What's your view? Or whether it was a right move and whether we had good reasons to reject RCEP?
You see, in my view, it was good that we did not join the RCEP. We have been negotiating RCEP for a long time. And we have negotiated several FTAs with ASEAN and with individual countries like Japan, South Korea, Thailand, and Singapore, and so on and so forth. Now, there's a review of these FTAs which is going on, but the result has been that under each of these FTAs, our adverse balance, the balance has become more adverse. Now, if you had joined the RCEP, which means basically it was a free trade with China. Now, China, even without a free trade, has completely hollowed out your electronic sector, capital goods, and so many other sectors. So I think until we become competitive, globally competitive, not only RCEP, any free trade area will have a problem. Now, where our strengths were, which was in the services sector, and where we wanted our people to move the RCEP to other countries and have a conducive atmosphere like green cards type of arrangements. We found that the RCEP countries were not willing to give in. So in manufacturing, we certainly were not as good as the Japanese or the ASEAN or the Chinese. And even countries like New Zealand were asking us to open up our dairy sector, agriculture sector, etc. So I think, and I remember in our discussions with the Indian industry, sector said that, look, be very careful because the Indian industry is still not competitive. So we have to first become competitive, which means we have to really do our own reforms. We have to improve our infrastructure. We have to build our local manufacturing. We have to spend more on our R&D. We have to set up these linkages between the R&D, the policy, and the industry. And the kind of things that you were talking about, how, in America, the discoveries and inventions are immediately go into the industry. That kind of system we don't have. So in my view, it was good. It gives us some time. And yes, when we are ready, we should be able to join. And in any case, China has hollowed out so many countries that many countries are now very worried. So it was a good decision in my view.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your intervention and thank you for the keynote address. So our next speaker is Prasoon Sharmaji. Prasunji represented India in fifth India-China economic dialogue in 2018, and he was a member of policy coordination group. Also, he was he pioneered India-China Joint Incubation Center, and Prasunji facilitated around 6 billion investment from China. He created multi-million worth projects in smart city sector. And till February of 2018, he was a managing director of India and South Asia of ZT Soft Technologies. And then afterwards, he also was involved during the signature of MOU regarding smart cities with Gujarat. So I have now also Prasunji is part of a policy coordination group, and also he was a pre-court scholar with University in New York. So over to you, Prasunji, for your intervention.
Thanks, Yashowardhan-ji, and it was a nice overview from Arvind-ji. So I'll continue what Arvind-ji was saying. The situation is very dynamic and critical when we talk about India and China. And there are multi-aspect things happening between India and China and globally also. If you see Chinese internally, the leadership has increased its strength within the Chinese establishment. Now 40% of Chinese leadership, Xi Jinping strength has been increased during the COVID thing, because his trusted lieutenant have been promoted in higher positions. And in terms of economy, they are showing positive growth around 3.9% as per them. And their service industry is already picking up. And other things which Chinese are, celebrating or trying to show as their win is RCEP, as you mentioned. There are two aspects of Chinese side, if I can show you with a slide. So this is a brief significance of RCEP, which Chinese are celebrating. But as Arvind-ji said, for India, it was prudent to be away till there are 3 or 4 major issues which India has highlighted, like origin of the manufacturers and other tax related and duty related issues, which still not been addressed for India. But this is an overall picture of RCEP, which Chinese are preparing to show as their one of the significant achievement in next year, because next year is the 100th anniversary of CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. And they are building up the momentum to show the strength of Chinese side. The first thing which Arvind-ji mentioned, that they are already bolstering or showcasing that they have handled the COVID situation in much better way. And other side, on trade side, they wanted to show that they have captured the RCEP in a way they wanted to. But there is a other aspect within China is happening is they have pressurized their own tech companies. If like most of the attendees must have seen that the biggest IPO of Alibaba's financial arm was cancelled. It was supposed to be the biggest IPO, and now it is under scrutiny. And not only Alibaba, all these the major tech companies in China are under scrutiny or under suspicion by the authorities, and their valuation, you can see it's Alibaba is around 100 billion and Tencent around 70 plus billion. So this is all, a reform, or you can say changes happening within China. In terms of Indo-China relations, there are a few important facts that because of India's stand during the Diwali festival, the Chinese lost around 40,000 crore of Indian rupees business compared to the last Diwali season. So that has hurted Chinese companies because of this border tension. And other aspect, if you see in trade, India also started building a global narrative by banning Chinese app, which has been followed by various other nations like US and UK in terms of Huawei and ZTE banning things. And India also banned the FDI from Chinese side in indirect way. And other major important aspect about Chinese total debt to GDP ratio has been increased by 300%. So this is a big alarm within China as their borrowing has been increased a lot, and their central bank are still in a bleak situation, even though they induced multiple stimulus packages. The next sector is about diplomacy between Indian and Chinese. On Indian side, India is proactively working with US by signing BECA, where Indian and US Army can share geopolitical information, which is crucial in Indo-Pacific region as well. And then Quad military practices, which is happening, and this is, I think, second round which is going on. And Chinese are a little bit frustrated by these kind of practices or advancement from Indian side. And other disruptive actions from EU countries. 3 of the EU nations have officially nominated Indo-Pacific representative for the first time. That shows how the world diplomacy is taking note of this tension between India and China and the destabilization in Indo-Pacific region. Last point in military aspect, our Prime Minister, he has allocated around 500 crore of Indian rupees as emergency fund. In last 35 to 40 days, India tested around 10 missiles to show the preparedness of Indian forces. India also bought various equipments, including high-end drones from US and Israel. And there was other agreement like hydrography agreement with Vietnam. So overall, it's a very active and hectic era between Indian and Chinese in every field, and we are into a very critical situation which may get tensed more, seeing the Chinese attitude now. And Chinese are also a little bit upbeat by the appointments done by the new US administrations. Rest, we have to wait and watch how this dynamics will unfold, specifically after the new US government come to the office and how they start working on it. So that's all from my side, Yashodhanji.
Thank you very much, Prasunji. Thank you very much for your intervention. We also have today with us Saurabh Rajji, and Saurabh Rajji is a 2011 IS batch, and he is now Director of Technical Education. And since we are discussing quite a lot about the technology sector here, and some of the possible technology cooperations, which at the moment it doesn't seem to be possible with China because of the practical realities on the border. However, there has to be some sort of a stimulus as well, needs to be given to the technology education itself within the India. Means it's often said that India produces a lot of technologies, but unfortunately they end up working in other countries. So we would be very pleased to hear from Director of Technical Education regarding some of the forward-thinking policies in the technology sector, considering the world challenges. So over to you, Kumar Saurabh. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Arvind Gupta, the former National Security Advisor, Deputy National Security Advisor, the moderator, Prashun Sarma sir, other distinguished panelists. I am very grateful to you that you have given me opportunity to speak on India-China relationship. I didn't know you were just referring to the topic to me regarding the technical education. So I would have prepared according to that, but still, there are certain things which I would like to highlight. I would like to start with a statement of former Chinese Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi. In 2010, he was attending some conference in Hanoi. So he said, he made a statement that China is a big country and all other countries are small countries, and that is a fact. Now, the tone and attitude of this statement clearly indicates that what is the attitude of China. What Shri Arvind Gupta has spoken, and he has stressed, particularly he said there has been deep distrust between India and China. And at another point of time, he said that Chinese cannot be trusted. Now this situation, China, I will go more on the theoretical aspects, although some few of the things I would speak, which are the factual one also. So there has been many studies there have been done in the particularly foreign universities, and West academicians have been studying the Chinese behavior. So there was a study in John Hopkins University. So in John Hopkins University, the study was on the Chinese influence, and they categorically said that their engagement is not imperial, but it is transactional. Again, there was a study in Sydney by Kerry Brown. He said that it is all perception about Chinese. It is a worry for West. They say that China is definitely a worry, but it is not a threat. Now, why the West is having this attitude that China is not a threat? It is a worry, definitely. Now, they say the Western thinkers or Western academicians or policymakers, they are having an opinion that the alliances which are made on the shared values, for example, there is a shared values like democracy or human rights or anything like that. But the Chinese, because we are having China is not only China, it is also one party system. So the Communist Party or the government in China has not been proactively giving up that what is the shared value on which we can make alliances with any of the nation states across the globe. Now, this is also a challenge for India, that India is dealing with the one-party state. On another hand, it is also beneficial for India that India has to deal with globe with its shared values. Democracy, for example, in India, we are having democracy, we are having respect for the human rights, there is liberty, there is some sort of, our socialism is not Chinese brand of socialism. So China is not in a very strong position as from the angle of the West. So they say, what is the cause of this? Unka कहना है cause, the main cause that they indicate 4 or 5 factors that because of which China is not considered as a threat. Number one, they say that they say World Bank analysis, suppose that they say 12 to 13% of population of China is below poverty line. Now 12 to 13% of Chinese population means 160 billion plus, sorry, 160 million plus population. Now for West, it may not be, it may be a thing that China is okay in a weak position. But if we see India, this figure goes up to 33 to 34% according to the World Bank estimates, that is below poverty line. Now, second thing, what Western analysts think that carbon dioxide emissions, that is higher than the energy consumption in China. If you compare the figures with the US or with India, they are more or less equal. Whatever energy we consume, we make that emissions also. Because of this, the China has, in Copenhagen Climate Summit, if you remember, that it has played a very negative role and ensured that no such decisions are made that it hampers the industrial growth of China. Now, third thing, that China is having all the problems, all the issues with our neighbors. Now, it is the only country, apart from India, they both compete on this issue, that the China is having issues with everyone, whomsoever is in neighboring state. Now, fourth thing, what West says, that because China is a worry, not a threat, that China involves itself only then when its own interests are at stake. It is not, China is never involved in world or global stage where there is something, for example, recently in Syria or Darfur, it has vetoed. So this issue came up very largely. And for example, there were some anti-piracy operations or in Horn of Africa at that time, because China participated in that operations only because of that Chinese interests were suffering at that time. Now, you can see the example of recent clashes between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now, in Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Turkey plays it has played a decisive role. One of the principal weapon suppliers to the Turkey is China. Now, this thing has to be seen from a different angle. First angle is this, that Trump administration was not able to make a policy for Caucasus, for that region, Armenia, Azerbaijan region. In 4 years, there was no concrete policy. There is worldwide global US retreat. The European Union is facing its own problem, either Mediterranean energy crisis is there or Brexit or so many issues. Now, China could have played a bigger role, but it definitely, it remained behind the curtain and it has fulfilled all its interests and it is doing, so therefore they say it is not going to be a threat, but it is going to be in our worry list. But for India, it is definitely a worry as a threat, and whatever you say, Dr. Joshi and Arvind Gupta said, whatsoever he has said. Now, why he said that Chinese cannot be trusted? Now, I can give an example of this. See, although he was talking in context of India only, if you see the index of the most corrupt countries in the world, you will find these 4 countries. One is Myanmar, Iraq, Chad, and Uzbekistan. Now, the reality is this: 2008 onwards, the highest FDI in the Myanmar has been done by the Chinese. It is around 20% FDI comes from the China. They have handled 3 big projects in Myanmar by Chinese have done it. Now, if you talk about Iraq, the China is #1 trading partner with Iraq. It is one of the most corrupt countries. So One Belt, China is also associated with Iraq in One Belt, One Road project. You come to Chad, it is African country. In 2003, oil production starts, and China builds a refinery over there, and they are playing a major role in economy of Chad. And they are, you will see the articles that how Chad has gone from which place to which place due to China only. You talk about Uzbekistan, one of the most corrupt countries in index. Around 171 rank is there of Uzbekistan. In 2012, there was a contract by Chinese of 5.3 billion. And in 2013, Xi Jinping visits the Uzbekistan, and from there they engage themselves into broader agreements, and so many things are going with the Uzbekistan and the Chinese. So India has to play a very big role here. India has to engage itself not only with the disputes that, for example, line of control disputes, or what the Chinese says that 5-finger policy. Now, this crisis, recent crisis, is, you can say this is something like maybe it is re-emergence of the 5-finger policy. Arvind sir can tell much more better rather than me, or Prasoon sir can tell that whether it is resurfacing of 5-finger policy. But the reality is this, that India has, if the Indian and Chinese, if India has to compete with China, India has to go beyond the border issues or beyond the Japan, Australia, or US relationship. It has to enter into Africa, it has entered into Central Asia, it has to enter into Middle East. Wheresoever Chinese presence is there, it has to make sure this thing that Indian presence is also felt over there. So I think it is time, it is only 10 minutes time of left, and 2 speakers are already there who have to speak. So I will cease here, and thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumar Saurabh. So our next speaker is Vijay Krantiji, and Vijay Krantiji is our resident expert on Tibet. It's fair to say that. So the amount of personal interaction Vijay Krantiji has with the Tibetan population and Tibetan leadership at large is phenomenal. So we would like to request a pointed intervention from Vijay Krantiji, specifically with the focus on Tibet. And then we have to move on to the next session. Vijayji, over to you.
Thank you. You know, since China occupied Tibet in 1951, since then, world has been ignoring Tibet, and especially China's presence in Tibet, and which gave almost a free hand to China to do whatever they wanted to do there, whether it was converting Tibet into a practically China's cantonment or a front post, or exploiting Tibet's natural resources. Because if you see the resources as compared to rest of China, only these 3 regions, 3 countries which China occupied in our living memory, it was East Turkestan, which they call Xinjiang, and South Mongolia, which they call Inner Mongolia, and Tibet. They account for nearly 2/3 of the land of China, and almost 3/4 of natural resources which China is exploiting quite heavily since then. Unfortunately, not only that world was indifferent to Tibet, the way China has made its moves and practically overwhelmed Tibet, it has created a lot of problems for India. The very basic problem is that this, in total, it is 4,000 kilometers from the Himalayan border between Tibet and India, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, when China occupied it. And overnight, it became from Tibet, India border, it became India-China border. And it was not only the name of this border changed, it has created some permanent problems for India. For example, Tibet ceased to be a peaceful buffer between India and China. Now China is right on our borders, and the results we are seeing continuously, that they are using Tibet not only to launch aggression on India, but they are using the logic of Tibet as integral part of China, and then claiming parts of India, whether in Ladakh or in Arunachal. They are even saying that these were parts of Tibet, and a big part of Arunachal, they are claiming it is South Tibet. So unfortunately, the Indian governments have been for the last 60, 65 years, and to a very big extent even today, they could never realize that Tibet is not a liability. They have been treating for the last 70 years Tibet as a liability, that we gave shelter to Dalai Lama and China is unhappy. As if you had not given shelter to Dalai Lama, China would have been coming and hugging you and being a peaceful neighbor. But this, the problem with the New Delhi, especially the MEA, Foreign Ministry, the way they have been dealing or leading the leadership, political leadership, we have been treating Tibet as a liability rather than an asset. And today, when China has come on our doors and creating so much of problem in Ladakh and in Sikkim and in Arunachal Pradesh and all along this border, India, I'm surprised why no one in Indian leadership or Indian diplomatic leadership could understand the basic issue that if China's presence in Tibet is illegal, it is illegally occupying a country, then it cannot be allowed to use that illegal occupation to make further claims on the third country, that is India. This is high time when India should challenge China's presence in Tibet. And that is the very basic need the approach we have to change to deal with China. Once you deal with China on Tibet a little more aggressively, many Western governments are only waiting for India. For example, America or the European Union, Japan. All these countries are waiting for India to take a stand on Tibet, and then you will see how China becomes vulnerable and miserable on this point. So today, I have been noticing or observing Tibet for the last about 48 years. This is first time in the history that the situation has become so favorable for Tibet and Xinjiang, or what we call East Turkestan, that it is time India should, rather than pleading with the Chinese military leaders or political leaders about 2 fingers, 3 fingers, or 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer on this line of control, they should now come and challenge basic presence of China in Tibet, and convert this whole discourse from a defensive to an aggressive one. And I find that the situation around in the world is very, very favorable. We have seen so many, at least 40 decades, when nobody wanted to raise any finger on China because every country had business interest with China. And now all the countries are realizing that China has become a threat and a liability for them. So the attitude is changing. And this is time when India should make best use of this situation. And rather than being defensive on the issue of Tibet, India should take a few steps to tell, change the discourse. Very quickly, I can only name 2 or 3 steps which are doable ones. One is that India should change the profile of Dalai Lama. The whole world has honored him so many words, 180 plus best awards, including the Nobel Prize or Templeton Award or America's Bharat Ratna, which is called the Congressional Gold Medal. So many medals, so many honors to Dalai Lama have been given. And we even don't allow our officers to attend a civic reception given to Dalai Lama in New Delhi when he came back from America after receiving the Congressional Gold Medal. So this is time India should take a stand. If this is high time, India should honor Dalai Lama with an honor like Bharat Ratna. It should change or improve the profile of Dalai Lama's establishment in Dharamsala so that China should understand that Tibet has its own value. And plus, in the United Nations, there are so many resolutions pending on Tibet. The 1959, 62, 65, 91 resolutions are pending for action. So I think India should join hand with countries, like-minded countries, and force United Nations to honor those resolutions and to probe China's role, the human rights, especially negligence and Chinese behavior on the front of human rights in Tibet, especially. I think these are a few steps which India must take to tell China that they are present on a illegally occupied land and using that illegal occupation of Tibet to lay claims on Indian land. That I think will change the discourse. Even if it doesn't change the military position, it will change the discourse. And that is where India should take a stand. And I think this is the most opportune time. At least I have never seen when the world is so much in favor of India, in favor of Tibet, and is unhappy with China. So all these factors, I think India should recognize and should change its approach towards China on the issue of Tibet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vijayji, and thanks for some of the policy propositions which you have in mind regarding Tibet, and you have been very candid regarding some of the issues pertaining to Dalai Lama. So I would like to thank all the speakers, and we had a fairly all-encompassing conversation on China, where Arvindji has kind of given us a historical perspective, as well as he has mentioned about contemporary practical realities based on the foundation. It is foundation really it should be a foundation for our thought process for future policies. And he has very candidly introduced practical realities. And Prasunji has also introduced us with regarding some of the trade issues and some of the changes happening within the industrial domain within the China itself. And thanks also to other speakers, including Vijayji, for mentioning specifically about Tibet. So I would like to close this session regarding India-China future relationship. And then over to you, Nikhilji. Once again, thank you very much to all the speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yashodhanji. This is a very stimulating start to a great evening. Now I would like to welcome, and before I welcome Nitin Bhaduria ji, I would like to, there are more than 500 people today now listening from what I got to know that more than 23 countries around the world. So the great audience. And I would like to appeal to all the audience who wish to join our discussion on China. We host a monthly seminar where from the best known brains of the country and abroad join us and discuss some of the very, very critical issue of India-China relationship. You can join us. You can go to our website. You can put your name and we will be put you in our mailing list. With this, I would like to go forward. I would like to invite Mr. Jatin Gupta, who is a director for Center for Policy Innovation. And along with that, we have Nitin Singh Bhaduria ji, who is joining from the beautiful city of Almora from Uttarakhand. And incidentally, Nitin Bhaduria ji and Kumar Saurabh are both batchmates. They're both from 2011 batch, so quite a coincidence. Glad to see bright officers are working hard even in the Saturday in the evenings. So thanks a lot for joining, Nitinji. This There is a virtual signing ceremony between the India Global Center for Policy Innovation and Almora District Administration. There is Jatin will speak quickly about what is we are doing in Almora, what kind of interventions we are doing, and how these technological interventions are quite important in policy aspects. And then we would request Mr. Bhaduria to give the ground reality of Almora and how he want to make an appeal to the diaspora around the world that come over and bring your technologies, bring your ideas so that we can change the life of the grassroots people in India. Over to you, Jatin.
Thank you so much, Nikhilji, for that kind introduction, and very warm good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone across the world who's joined in for this very special day and for this very special conference. So without taking much of your time, I would quickly share the presentation that I have, and it's just a very quick idea that I wanted to give to the group about what is going to be the initiative that we have signed up as partnership for with the district administration of Almora, which is the living labs in Almora. So I'll just take a second and I'll share my presentation. Okay. Yeah. So right. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to explain about what the Living Lab project of the District Almora, which India Global has taken up. So we have established an India Global Center for Policy Innovation, and the idea of this arm of India Global is to be involved in conducting extensive research and providing some key inputs on policy recommendation to relevant stakeholders across the spectrum of the policy ecosystem. The vision and the mission with which the center would be operating would be to produce some world-class quality research with the help of our fellows and with the help of the extensive network which India Global has been able to set up over the last 5 years. And we look forward to getting support from all the people, those who are here attending the conference, as well as all our fellows as a part of this program. So some of the areas that the India Global Center for Policy Innovation would be touching upon would be education, health, livelihood, urban governance, and economic development. And we would be constantly involved in conducting various conferences, publishing research reports, to even inviting some of the panelists here on the India Global Summit to express their views through blogs, journals, and conducting various webinars from time to time to have some stimulating discussions on the issues which are facing with respect to public policy when we talk about India. So we are really thankful to Mr. Nitin Bhadoria and the entire district administration of Almora for giving us an opportunity to serve the district of Almora. We have agreed to sign a non-financial MOU with the district of Almora, and some of the areas on which we'll be working with them would be on improving the livelihood index of Almora. Healthcare initiatives would be also a part of that. Education, cultural and environmental initiatives, including improvement of infrastructure in Almora. So just quickly talking about some of the proposed interventions that we plan to support the Almora administration with would be on the education, entrepreneurship, livelihood promotion, remote health management, and setting up a center for discovery of science, innovation, and spirituality. Some of the interventions in education sector that we plan to take up in Almora would be adopting a few schools in the vicinity of Almora and promoting initiatives regarding education, science, and culture in the district. And we would also be holding some of the initiatives which have been mentioned here on the slide, as you can see, as a part of the interventions that we will be taking up in the education sector. We would also be working on organizing the workshops with respect to some of the 21st century skills. When we talk about robotics, artificial intelligence, are some of the areas that will be the key focus areas for our interventions in Almora. Other proposal that we have for intervention in Almora is to set up a remote health management network, and to also work on setting up mobile clinics for providing quality healthcare to the residents of Almora. And for this, we have already started our talks with some of the Fortune 500 companies such as HP and Intel. And it seems that we will be able to get a good amount of support from these organizations for taking up these initiatives. Apart from that, we are also going to be focusing on creating livelihood opportunity for the youth and for women, especially in Almora. There is already ongoing talks that we have with the Singer for setting up training centers, and especially setting up a training center of Singer for imparting sewing skills to the population in Almora. And we would also be focusing on providing exposure in marketing and related activities, so that the livelihood opportunities could actually be the skills that are provided to the population in Almora could be utilized for making a commercial for getting the commercial outcomes as well out of the same. The other the other part of the initiatives or interventions that we plan to take up in Almora is also the Center for Discovery of Science, Innovation, and Spirituality. And as we have seen in the recent times, especially during the times of COVID-19 pandemic, it's something where technology has taken a very important role in our lives, but it's also important to not forget the role of spirituality in the Indian way of living. And we will be trying to dovetail both the concepts and trying to see that how we can get the best out of two, and ensure that we can take up sub initiatives with respect to these two as well in Almora. So we will be bringing some of the world-class experts to bridge the gap as far as science, innovation, and spirituality in the district of Almora is concerned. So this is pretty much which I had to share from my end. And we are really grateful to the district administration of Almora for showing trust and faith in us. And I would like to say that the journey and the battle has just begun, and there is a long way for us to go. But with the support of all of you, we hope that we are able to bring in a positive change in the district of Almora. And this is going to be one of the first few projects that we are taking up as the India Global Center for Policy Innovation, and would be one among many that we would be taking up in the decades to come. So thank you so much again for listening patiently, and over to you, Nikhilji.
Thanks a lot, Jatin. Certainly, we are all excited. Now, I request Nitin Singh Madhuria ji to share the ground realities, how are things in Almora, how we can help you out. Like today, there are more than 500 people from different countries listening to us, how they can help out in the people who are living in remote locations and who need of technological intervention so their livelihood can be improved. Nitin Singh ji. He is online. Is able to connect, Jatin?
Just check with him. Give me a second.
I just call him whether there is a connectivity issue or something. I think his voice is not connected because I can see. Let us wait for a few seconds. Meanwhile, I can see Dr. D. Nageshwar is already there. He's listening to our talks. Sir, heartily welcome to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sometimes the another challenge in the remote locations is about the connectivity. The internet comes and goes. So the work from home is absolutely possible only in the places where the internet connectivity is there. So I was reading an article recently. It says the digital divide is actually getting bigger and bigger as we go along because of COVID. The people who cannot afford
We have Mr.
technology.
Bhadoria now.
Yeah, he's there. Okay, Nitinji Bhadoria is here.
But probably we can't hear his. I think he's not joined in with the audio. Maybe I'll just message him on the.
Yeah, we can see him. Nitinji, we cannot hear you. I think your voice is not connected.
Hello.
Yeah, Nitinji, yeah, now we can hear you.
Thank you.
So sorry, we just gave
I
a
was on
introduction
leave
about
actually, so I'm in Kanpur. I was in Kanpur, then now how are you?
we are fine. So there are more than 500 people joined in from different countries around the world. So Jatin just gave an introduction about the Living Lab Almora, what interventions we are doing. So we wish to hear your views on how you wish to see this partnership flourishing.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank India Globe for inviting me and for choosing Almora district as the Living Lab project. And I think to give an introduction about Almora, Almora itself is a very if you look at it, it was a British district. It was the seat of Kumaon Commissionerate, and from there, the entire six districts of Kumaon, which are there today in the present day, were governed. So Almora itself, has been the capital of Kumaon Chandra dynasty of Katyur dynasty. So it's been a very traditional district. It's been very traditionally, literacy rates have been very, very high. Not only overall literacy, but also female literacy rates. So you have icons like Shivani and Renal Pandey from Almora. You have icons like Govind Vallabh Pant. You have Sumitra Nandan Pant. Belonging to the same region. Amongst the modern icons, you have Laksh Sen. You have Ekta Bish, who's part of the Indian cricket team, and you have Prasoon Joshi, who was born in Almora. So you see in terms of potential human capital that Almora has given, I think it has played a very significant role in the country's history. Also, Almora has been the place where Vijayalakshmi Pandit had a home, and it was also the place where all our Congress leaders were put in jail during the Indian independence movement, and spent a considerable part over here. So having said that, I think very clearly we want to take up a few projects which where we were hoping that there are two or three frameworks that when we look at how to take a project towards completion. And I think one of them critical factors here is the ownership. So sometimes we take the ownership of the project, and we think about how will we continue it. And sometimes we have all the resources, and yet we find we start off with great guts, but find that ourselves faltering towards a certain particular point of time. So we would what I have observed over a period of time, there are three M's that are very important: men, material, and money. For any kind of a project to be successful, project to be sustainable. And the fourth thing that I add over here is the motivation. I think the Almora team itself is very, very motivated. I had some pretty great individuals to learn and work with. And of course, a lot of these projects that I could see over here were continuing in a public private partnership kind of a forum, wherein this solid waste project that we started, we'll be starting recently in Kasar, is being done in partnership with the Green Hills Foundation, which is being chaired by Mrs. Ashu D'Souza and Mrs. Vasudha Pant. Then secondly, our Almora Fort project, which is a tourism-based project, wherein we are trying to turn Almora into Almora Collectorate into we are shifting our old collectorate to a new collectorate building, and the building that we were currently stationed in was a 500-year-old traditional building, and we are trying to restore it to its former glory. So that project also itself, we could find the ownership coming in from Mr. Prabhasha Gangola, Mr. James Bish, and Ms. Mukti Datta about how to take this project forward. So we have found in Almora that whenever we have tried to engage the right kind of private partnership, I think these moments, these projects that we've started over here have become successful, and I think the ideas are to work on are so many. If we look at, as Professor Nikhil Ji was talking about during his last visit, it's just about how to put it into practice, how to take them forward from here. And I think the MOU that has been drafted here today talks about the areas of cooperation that we'll be working in, and we've also put in together a team in Almora who will be looking after these various projects. So the ownership has been decided about who will be the owners of this project. Sorry, and how it will be taken forward has also been decided in our last discussion. Of course, the great thing over here is that we all talk about how about bringing the change, about bringing involving people who want to work, who want to give back to society, and how it should be taken forward. I think Almora is what a living lab project. When we talk about it, I think Almora is a clear example of what we want, how we want these projects to go forward. Not only I would say not only in any social sector, but also the sectors which would interest any individuals. We'd like to welcome you to come here. We are now thinking about establishing an alumni, tapping into the alumni network of Almora, and putting in these projects wherein if they want to go back to their primary school or junior high school where they've studied, and suppose want to start some kind of a scholarship. So I think that is also something that could be taken forward. Mr. S.K. Upadhyay has come forward, and he is now willing to start with the Super 30 classroom coaching in Almora itself, on the lines of it. I think lots of people have come forward and told us that this is what we want to do. How can administration support us? And I think most of the times the reaction from the district administration is look, we're too busy or something. But in Almora we try to put in that framework that hey, you want to do something, you're most welcome to do, but let us do it this way, right? So that proper public private partnership sort of is established, and then we could see those results, we could bring about those changes, we could positively affect an individual's life. I think that is what the Almora Living Labs project is all about. The different areas I think have been decided are typically tourism, culture, education, health sector. I think from Almora's perspective, transport is also very critical sector. I think soon we'll be adding on helicopter services, aviation services. So of course handicrafts, handlooms, small and medium enterprises. These are the things that people in Almora should, I think, boosting their livelihoods is also critical. So these are the typical areas that I think the project would be working on. And honestly, I would like to thank India Globes about choosing Almora, and whatever support is needed from our end would as Professor Nikhil ji has seen us in last visit, would be extended, and we'd like to welcome as many people as possible. And of course, in the area of Kasar Devi that Professor Nikhil visited last time, I think I could clearly point out there there are only three places in the world where the cosmic energy is supposed to be on the higher side. One is Machu Picchu, second is Stonehenge, and third is Kasar Devi. And you do experience it when you visit the area. And I had not heard about Kasar Devi when I joined the district. So that is how how much of a hidden place it is, if I could say. But I'd invite all of you to come and visit sometime and see and experience it for yourself, because even Swami Vivekananda was expected to have, and higher knowledge in Kasar. And he visited Almora thrice, and it has a very strong Bengali connection. Tagore has written verses of Gitanjali in Almora. So having said that, I think very clearly we are looking to develop a spiritual economic zone, as our honorable PM has been talking about in his speeches also, because these areas have a spiritual connect. How do you develop the economy without making it sustainable, but without affecting the ecosystem of the place, without affecting having any sort of adverse environmental effect? I think that is the whole idea. The other issue, I think, we clearly are, positively, I think, we're getting influenced, is the fact that, a lot of people are coming back to Almora. The sort of, influx of environmental refugees, as, people from Delhi call themselves. And, they are the harbingers of change, or coming to Almora, who are, coming back, who are looking for a second home in the hills, and, working with the local community and bringing about a positive change. I think, this is another group that we'll want to work with wherever we work. And hopefully, things will change. That is the whole idea. That is the whole hope. So I welcome you all on behalf of Almora to please come down sometime and, let us know your areas of interest, and, how we could work on, small projects to start with, and maybe scale it up as we go further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ji. Thanks a lot. Such a nice welcome. And I can say I was there in Almora for a few days, and the kind of welcome which I got, the kind of support I got is tremendous. There's a lot of scope to be done. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. We go for holidays around in Switzerland or in all the places, but I think we forget about how beautiful our Himalayas are, how spiritual our Himalayas are, and how much we can gain from our Himalayas. I think we should go back and now start giving that a very important place where we all belong to. So thanks a lot, and many congratulations to Jatin from Center for Policy Innovation, and many congratulations to Nitin Baduria ji from Almora district side. Hopefully, some very, very positive changes will come out of it.
And hopefully I'll get to see all the speakers come to Almora once, at least, for sure. Because if you come here once, you'll never be able to break those ties. That's how beautiful this place is. And that's how beautiful the people here are. So, all the best to everybody. And, hopefully together we'll bring about this change. Thank you so much.
Nitinji, we also want you to stay for a couple of more minutes. We want to tell you about that we have opened up a similar center for skill in Bhind in Madhya Pradesh, and we have Sanjeev Tripathi ji and Sarvesh Sharma joined from Boston. They have funded from their own money, and we would request you to virtually inaugurate the center. Let me request. Yeah, here they are. Sarvesh Sharma ji. Over to you. Just now,
Nikhil, can you turn on my?
What is this?
Can you turn on my video?
Yeah, you can do it yourself.
I think the host turn off. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm back now. Nikhilji?
Yes, you can start. Sanjeevji, you can start.
Sure. So let me share my screen.
So we have to give you the rights. Host, can you give right to the share screen to Sanjeev Tripathi ji?
Yes, he can share his screen now.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. You can put it in full screen mode and go to the first slide.
Okay. Yeah, so let me this is a great opportunity and my pleasure to on this conference, and definitely it was a great I would say the honor for the people from Hind to have this center in the Hind. And during this Corona time, it was well needed over there, because we have right now everywhere the crisis of the work, the people looking for work. And when we talked to Nikhilji, and then right away he took talked to the singer people, and then they right away they were very much well supported. And we had this center with the help of our local NGO partner, JKG Foundation. So Mr. Sarvi Sarma ji, he taken all the efforts and all the resources needed to put together this center. So it is definitely just it's helpful for the people there, and particularly this is for women empowerment. And we are starting with the women empowerment. There are going to be some more activities, and so it's already operational. You can see the picture, and the center is already. So let me share a quick video for this center, so that way everyone can see. Because do I have permission to share the video? Because I'm not able to.
You have to cut and paste, maybe. You have to do it. You have to copy, because you are not in the full screen yet.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we cannot see the video, so you may go back to the slide. Maybe some error is there. Sanjeev ji, we cannot see your video. You can just stop it. I think there's some error there. You can show the slides only.
Okay. You cannot see that?
No.
Okay. Okay. So let me quickly talk. So now I would say you can see the picture at least, and just let me talk quickly related the theme of this. The conference is like a next step, surprise, and opportunities. Right now, as Nikhilji and other speakers they mentioned, we are in the this pandemic, middle of the pandemic, and it just came. No world was not prepared for that, and even India was not, of course. So there are a lot more surprises, and of course, it came with a lot more opportunities also. So just I would bring out few things. One, I would say because before this pandemic, India were producing only 47,000 PPE kit per year. And all of a sudden, our manufacturing and other people, they came up, and now we can have now producing approximately 200,000 PPE kits per day. So that's basically kind of resilience or kind of opportunity came, and the people and all the healthcare workers and other things they are just fighting with this pandemic. And working from home, online education, this used to be kind of we thought it's going to be down the line 10 years in India. It's not possible now, but now we can see that's become reality. So now work from home and this online education, that's and thanks to the technology. And now we are attending this conference. But one the major, we can on the picture we can see one of the major the challenge which or I would surprise it was we have seen the millions of workers migrating from bigger cities to just their towns. And that indicates somehow in last 70 years, we overburden or we overcrowded the cities, and somehow in the rural areas, which is approximately currently 60 to 65% population living in the rural areas, and the job creation and other things over there, it's a challenge because currently the most of the people who are living in rural areas, they are associated with agriculture related activities. And currently, it's very surprised, only 70% of GDP is from the agriculture related. So basically 65% people, they are kind of contributing only 17% to the GDP. So we are clearly underutilizing our resources in the rural area. And for the India's, if the vision the Prime Minister mentioned about independence, or I would say Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that would be greatly needed if how we can utilize the resources from the rural area. And the challenge in the rural area, I think after due to family divisions and the land, per the family member is not thus enough to support their family. So basically they are looking some for the additional income, and the quality education and the health, other issues are also there in the rural area. And that is causing the migration of these workers to the bigger cities. So definitely we need to work on that, and we need to now explore, luckily because of now the technology in the rural area, the solar electricity is there now, and connectivity is there, and the road network infrastructure basic that is there. So now we have to just how we can utilize and how we can take advantage of all those the facility which are now available in the villages or rural area which are not earlier available. So now how we can take, so now it's up to us how we can take advantage of all the resources there. There are the social entrepreneurship model that could be a game changer there, because we have seen, or we all know about successful or success story of the Amul, which is in Gujarat. So it is how we can replicate, how we can just create various self-help groups, what we can do just create women empowerment, how we can take advantage of there are the people, so much skill and the resources are there, but how we can take advantage of that, and we need to all just work on that. And the Saksham Center, we already talked about thanks to Nikhilji and the Singer team, the Alpana ji there, Jitendra ji, Pavan ji, they really work very hard to put together this center. And then Sarvesh ji from JKG Foundation team. So it's really it's a collective, and very quickly we were able to just put together this center within just, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks, and it's now up and running. And over there now, Puspaji, we have luckily very good and talented trainer we found. So she is managing the team, and the local volunteers there, Pooja ji, Priya, Govind ji, just like everyone, they really put together very that efforts to make it happen. And our local partner there, GKG Foundation, they are doing so many other good things for the Chambal region. And the director of GKG Foundation, Mr. Sarvesh Sarmaji, he's in 30 years in bioscience industry, and director running a bioscience company. And he's very much associated with various social entrepreneurship initiatives. And I would like to invite Mr. Sarvesh Sarmaji to talk more about those initiatives. Sarvesh ji.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, very much. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Nikhil Agarwal and Sanjeev ji and the Singer Company for coming out and supporting us in starting up this initiative. I think without which it would not have been possible for us. As far as JKG Foundation and the company is concerned, last couple of years we have been thinking on how we can go back to our schools and native place, and what we can do for the society. For some reason, I think the COVID situation expedited the need for faster and local interventions. And in last 9 months itself, we have initiated almost all the activities which are listed here, wherein we have tried to convey the message to a couple of people. They can start up their own self-employment work, and one of the gentlemen shown here has started that. Same way, we are now trying to develop an integrated farming model, wherein because in our Chambal area, the general tendency is to do the crop and away from the farmlands. So we are trying to encourage them by having more of horticulture along with dairy and irrigation system. So we have initiated one farmer into that activity, and hopefully in another couple of months we will have some good pictures of the plantation and the flowering taking place over there. And subsequently we will develop it further. What I would very much appreciate, as as the Almora administration was just, Bhadoria ji was telling, the opportunities and the challenges are similar in many of the districts in India. What I would appreciate is more support from Dr. Agarwal and team, so that we can take up the good examples and implement them in our district in Bend. And I am sure it will help a lot of our local population to connect with the skilling and the opportunities. I once again would like to thank everybody for all the support and cooperation.
So Bhadoria ji, let me tell you how this funding was done. It's a very interesting story, inspiring story. Sanjeev Tripathi ji and his family is a God-fearing, you can understand, Tripathis from Madhya Pradesh. So whenever they do puja, they collect $1, $2, $5, $10 and put it in front of God. So the best way they thought to utilize that money is to give it back to the country and give it and support this initiative where livelihood of hundreds of women can be done. So they collected $5,000. Sanjeev ji, I know that you collect again hundreds and thousands of dollars every year for your birthday and your for your marriage anniversary. You ask the people in your community to do, not to give you gifts, but to give that money so that you can support these initiatives. So hats off to you, and I must appreciate the NRI community to coming forward and supporting us. So thanks a lot. And I will request Nitin Baduria ji to formally announce this center open. Nitin ji, you are on mute. Hello, Nitin ji, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Now we can see you and hear you.
So it is my privilege to declare the center open on behalf of everyone. And I think it's a great honor, and I would love to visit sometime and when. So, because I belong to the same region, I belong to the Bah area in Agra, which is adjoining Vind. So hopefully I'll get a chance to visit it the center soon. And I extend my best wishes to the center and the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Nitinji, and you are always welcome to visit the center. And it would be our pleasure to host you there. And thanks, Sarveshji, for all your efforts, because this center was not possible without his effort. Whatever, I'm just little bit helping, but he's the one who is really bringing the center together and operational and everything, financially, and just all the things, and also basically heads off to Sarveshji. And we all, because of just this is the time we need to give back, because this is the time whatever the way we can connect to just help out the people, the millions people, and just whatever we can connect to our roots, and just in the rural area, and whatever we can do it. And so I put together a small poem to sum up this thing and see what we can do. Our Pradhan Mantri ji mentioned about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So based on that, हमारा भारत हो आत्मनिर्भर और सक्षम, इस खातिर करना होगा कठिन परिश्रम, हो दृढ़ निश्चय और साहस हरदम, आंखों में उज्जवल भविष्य के सपने हो स्वर्णिम। हर मानव को उसने खास बनाया, हर मानव को उसने खास बनाया, किसी गुण विशेष से खूब सजाया। अपनी उस छुपी ताकत को पहचानो, बन हनुमान समुद्र लांघकर मानो। जीवन की इस धूप छांव में, जीवन की इस धूप छांव में, रहें शहर या कहीं दूर गांव में, छाले पथ के पड़ने दो पांव में, सदा देश प्रेम हो भक्ति भाव में। आखिरी 4 पंक्तियां, आओ मिलकर साथ बढ़ाएं कदम, आत्मनिर्भर भारत की खाएं कसम, उत्तर दक्षिण पूर्व पश्चिम, आओ भारत मां का लहराएं परचम, भारत मां का लहराएं परचम। थैंक यू ऑल। एंड
बहुत खूब आपने बिल्कुल समा बांध दिया इस महफिल का। धन्यवाद बहुत बहुत दोनों कामों के लिए, इसको सेंटर को सपोर्ट करने के लिए और आपकी कविता के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार। धन्यवाद। Sanjeev ji, you can unshare your screen. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you. I know Kaul Saab is smiling. Kaul Saab must be thinking some lines too. He is a great poet and a great writer himself. So Kaul Saab, now I'm coming to you. Let me introduce Ashok Kaul ji and Dr. Ram Vaidya. Kaul Saab is joining. Kaul Saab is a national awardee filmmaker. He got national award for his movie Paramveer Chakra. He has worked very closely with Raj Kapoor ji for decades. He made some of the finest films. He participated there. And today he is with us, working closely and guiding us. And Dr. Ram Vaidya, who is joining us from Leicester in UK. And I request Ashok Kaul ji and Dr. Ram Vaidya to invite Dr. Nageshwar Reddy and share his profile with everyone.
I think.
Kaul Saab, you have to unmute yourself.
And You have to give me the video. It's not cannot be open this second.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
I have the privilege of today speaking about Dr. Nageshwar Reddy, who's here with us right now. And may I have your permission to say a few words about him, sir?
Yes, sir, yes.
Can I? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Ashokji, please go.
Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy is currently the chairman of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad, India, past president of World Endoscopy Organization. He graduated from Kurnool Medical College, obtaining internal medicine, master's in Madras Medical College and DM in gastroenterology from PGI MER Chandigarh. He subsequently worked as professor of gastroenterology in Andhra Pradesh Health Sciences before setting up Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, a tertiary care gastrointestinal specialty hospital. Contributed chapters in 10 international textbooks of gastroenterology and has edited 3 GI endoscopy test books. He was the president of Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy of India in 2001. He has been visiting faculty for over 200 international endoscopy workshops and forum member of Asian Endoscopy Masters Forum. He has been recognized for his achievements by several societies. He received the B.C. Roy Award from the Indian Medical Council in 1995. He received Padma Shri Award from Government of India in 2002. He has been elected as honorary member for American Society of Gastrointestinal Endoscopy in 2004. Fellow of National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in 2001. Fellow of Philippine Society of Gastroenterology in 2001, Fellow of Royal College of Physicians of Ireland in 2003, and is a recipient of Honorary Doctor in Sciences, DSc from Nagarjuna University in 2005. He received the Master's Endoscopist Award from ASGE in 2009. ASGE International Leadership Award in 2011 and Fellow of American College of Gastroenterology in 2012. He received the highest award, Masters of World Gastroenterology Organization from World Gastroenterology Organization in 2014. He was the Secretary General of World Endoscopy Organization and subsequent President of World Endoscopy Organization. He received Padma Bhushan Award from Government of India in 2016. Over to you.
With great pride and happiness, I feel so honored today to announce that please, I may request Dr. Reddy to accept this honor and join the India Global family. Namaste.
And I second it.
There is one more addition I want to do. Thanks a lot, Ramji and Ashokji. Before I request Dr. Reddy to come on speak, we just got a message from American Association for Advancement of Science that Dr. D. Nageshwar Reddy is the only Indian fellow elected as a leading scientist as 2020 on medical sciences. So many claps to you, sir. It's a great honor for India, great honor for health sciences, and I don't think anybody better than a doctor. We started this conference by saying that the scientists and doctors have a little more respect this year than the previous years, thanks to COVID. And there is nobody better than we can think to accept this honor, sir. Our privilege, welcome. and please address the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you very much for this great honor. I always feel that you get an honor from an Indian association is much bigger than world or any American association. So it's always a privilege to have this. And I accept this with all humility. I also like to thank Major Ashok Kaul and Ram Vaidya for both proposing and seconding me for this fellowship. And I'm sure I'll like to contribute in future for the India Global Annual Summit. Of course, as a medical doctor, most of us are not so much into research, innovations, or aspects of science which actually contribute to progress in general for health. But it's very important that we as medical doctors, clinicians, get into this as researchers. And I think COVID has given us a great opportunity to do so. COVID is something that has changed our world completely. And I think innovations that have occurred in COVID has shown very clearly that even medical doctors are not considered scientists. Along with their scientific colleagues can actually take forward science to benefit humanity. Because as clinicians, we're just doing mundane things, doing things which are already in the textbooks, trying to save patients and so on. But now we realize that we have to innovate, do something different to actually advance. As I said, COVID is an example, and I think the most dramatic example in COVID has come in vaccine. And I know vaccine is in recent news, and in fact, our institute is one of the few institutions in the country which participated in its early COVID vaccine trials, showing at least in phase 1 and phase 2 trials that this vaccine, what is being produced in India now, the Covaxin from Bharat Biotech, is quite effective. In fact, I was very pleasantly surprised when we gave this vaccine to the volunteers, and after 1 month checked at the antibodies levels, they were very high. And I am very confident that this vaccine is going to protect us from COVID at least for 1 year. We don't know the long term, but at least for 1 year, because the antibody levels were very high. The COVID vaccine has taught us also how science can come together in different regions, different geographical regions, how science can come together in different platforms to produce what is going to benefit humanity. For example, there have been more than 250 COVID vaccine candidates, many of which are now going to phase 1 and phase 2, at least 50 or 60. In phase 3, we have already 6. 3 of them are Chinese, so there's a lot of controversy on this. But if you look at what is happening to Indian vaccines, there are at least 2 of them going to phase 3. The Bharat Biotech one, the Covaxin, the Zydus also, both have finished phase 2. And of course, India is also going to be the major producer of the AstraZeneca or the Oxford vaccine, which is going to be produced in Pune. And just today, the Prime Minister visited all these vaccine facilities, was quite impressed what we're doing in India. I think this is a stark example of what we can do, both in world science and India. And if you look at these vaccine platforms, they're totally different. For example, the vaccine that Moderna and Pfizer are producing in US are based on messenger RNA technology. You inject messenger RNA into somebody, that goes and stimulates the antibodies because it comes from the messenger RNA telling the local host cell that, okay, produce antibodies against the virus, something against the spike protein virus. Similarly, the vaccine that's being produced by Oxford is actually an adenovector, altered virus on which you have spike protein of this coronavirus, and this again produces actually immunity. And the vaccine that is being produced by the Bharat Biotech is a inactivated virus, which again is indigenous technology from Indian Council of Medical Research, along with Bharat Biotech, to produce this inactivated virus. And again, I think they say 60%, but I believe it's going to be 80% protection against the virus once this vaccine is being given. So we have different platforms: RNA virus, adenovector virus, inactivated virus. So you see all these innovations. If you actually look at vaccine history, normally for a vaccine, the minimum period was 4 to 5 years. Normally it's about 10 to 15 years, minimum period 4 to 5. Look at what happened with Corona. In just 9 months, we have a fully effective vaccine. On December 14th, the first human vaccine approved by FDA is going to be rolled out in US, going to be Pfizer's vaccine. On 11th, the FDA is having their meeting. They're going to approve it on 12th. On 14th, the vaccine is going to be rolled out. See how fast it is, technology, all because of innovations that are occurring. And I think this is very important to know that we can do it. As I think the human race is very optimistic for the human race. Similarly, I think this vaccine has taught us that cooperation is very important. And in fact, I have now had an opportunity to talk to all these leading CEOs of vaccine manufacturers. And whenever you talk to them and tell them, what about your rival competitor? They'll say, it's not competitor. We require all the vaccine. We require 7 billion doses of the vaccine over the next 9 months. And to produce 7 billion, one company cannot. So we require all companies. We require different platforms. We require different innovations. And I think this is something that we have started to realize. Now, in addition to this, the second point I want to make is something which is very, again, important for medical profession, is that innovations in medicine will occur if doctors come together along with basic scientists and engineers. This is very important. Unfortunately, we as medical researchers or basic scientists are working in one area. The engineers are working in different area, different institutions. We have fantastic engineering institutions like IIT, Indian Institute of Sciences and so on. Then we have medical institutions like All India Institutes, PGI and so on. But unfortunately, they don't come together. One of the task in our institute, the AAG, has been to get this together. And we have had great opportunities to work with both IIT Hyderabad and IIT Kanpur, with Nikhil Agarwal, whom I'm very grateful to for giving this opportunity. And in fact, working together, we found, for example, with Nikhil Agarwal, we have this sanitation tower, which is in front of a hospital. So people who walk into the hospital get sanitized and come in. And we have done some very crucial tests with both bacteria and virus, when we find that just walking for 30 seconds through this tower sterilizes it completely. And this was the innovation that came from Kanpur, IIT Kanpur, from Nikhil Agarwal's group. Similarly, we're working with him now to innovate a new type of laser type of substance, which or electroporation, which is going to be an effective way to cure diabetes. And once this comes, it's going to revolutionize the treatment of diabetes mellitus. We've had opportunity to work with the Indian Institute of Science to produce teaching simulators, which are very expensive but have become very cheap when we started doing this. Similarly, we've had great opportunities working with IIT Hyderabad also and many of these innovations. So another example has been LV Prasad Eye Institute. What they did is they worked with IIT Hyderabad and produced a very cheap type of device which can look into the eye, which used to cost 10,000 rupees, but they can make it for 10 rupees and distribute it to all the rural doctors. So I think if in India, if we doctors and the great engineering institutions that we have come together, we can innovate. And I think in forums like this, it becomes important to discuss this. We can actually indeed revolutionize how medical science is progressing. And finally, I come to the last problem that we have in our country of innovations, how we should actually progress further, because there are certain problems. And one of the problems we have is ethics and ethical committees. Of course, you have to have ethics, you have to have ethical committees. But whenever we want to innovate and come out with something new, I've had this problem with many of our ethical committees. They will tell me, this is totally new. Unfortunately, therefore, we cannot approve. But when you want to innovate something new, it will be totally new. It can't be something old. So this is a big problem that's always there, and we require ethical. You can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. So we require good, I think, formations here, which are... The second problem is, of course, animal labs are becoming extremely difficult now because of so many regulations that are coming in. And I think Government of India should look into this carefully, that animal, of course, we don't want to do unnecessary animal experimentations, but certain animal labs are important. For example, Mr. Nikhil actually announced that American Association for Advancement of Science, I was given this fellowship for work I've done on so-called transgastric surgery. We go in through the stomach, make an opening in the stomach and do all sorts of surgery without outside scar. Now, this could not have been possible if animal labs, because there's a lot of restriction. You can't work on animals like dogs, pigs, and so on. So we had to actually work on chicken model, because there's no objection to that. So it becomes very difficult to do research, and that has to be. The third important thing is the issue of patent. Whenever we do some research, this is patented. And this patent will make it difficult for us to do future research in this area. And I'll tell you an example. Actually, I innovated a stent called the Nagi stent, which is used to drain pancreatic fluids. Millions of people all over the world have been treated with this stent to save their life with this stent. So when we actually innovated this stent, I made a conscious decision not to patent it, because if you patent it, it goes to companies, they charge a lot and so on. And what happened was a few years down the line, an American company came up with another stent, very similar, but they patented this. They made a lot of money. And now when we want to do further progress in this area, we cannot, because this other stent is patented, we cannot work on it. So this is a big problem, these patents. So we have a suggestion that even if patents are there, of course, companies have to make money, they have to patent, but they should do it for short period. Patents should be there only for 5 years or 10 years, but now it's 20 years. So you can't do anything in that area when there's a patent there. So these are the problems we as medical scientists have, and I think these are some of the solutions that we have to work on. But anyway, I think these are just my thoughts for this evening. This is very short. I know it takes a long time, but you have so many other programs coming in this, so I don't want to interfere with this, but just to, again, thank you very much with all humility for this award, and hopefully I can be a part of this Indian Global Summit in future to contribute further. Thank you very much, Nikhil, for the opportunity.
Nikhilji, can I say one line for him?
Please, go ahead, sir.
मैं हिंदी में बोलना चाह रहा हूं साहब, एक लाइन आपके लिए। डॉक्टर साहब, आपकी जर्नी को मैंने देखा, उसके लिए 2 लाइनें लिखी है। शिखर तक पहुंचने से पहले रोकती है बढ़ते कदमों को हवाएं। शिखर तक पहुंचने से पहले रोकती हैं बढ़ते कदमों को हवाएं, शिखर पर चूमती हैं उन्हीं कदमों को वही हवाएं।
थैंक यू।
बहुत अच्छा।
तो आप शिखर पर पहुंच गए हैं, और जो हवाएं आपको रोक रही थी वही आपके कदमों को आज चूम रही हैं।
थैंक यू, शुक्रिया साहब, शुक्रिया बहुत।
Wonderful.
I'll also request Dr. Ram Vaidya to say his views.
It's a great honor to be here to listen to Dr. Reddy in a very right time. Whatever you said that we definitely will implement in the future, and your research will be for the pathway for the future for India Global. India needs a globe, and the globe needs India. And medical is one of the science where we need the integrated approach of the medical science to the world as well. And so your help and assistance will be very much needed for India Global for the future. Thank you very much again, and welcome to this India Global family.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. So what an amazing personality and what an amazing speech. I think one of the pertinent question today we have is what will happen to the vaccine, how the vaccine will be given to us, how sooner the vaccine will be given to us. Today, the Prime Minister has visited 3 vaccine candidates in Ahmedabad, in Hyderabad, and in Pune. I'm sure some positive news is coming out. I was speaking to some people in the administration. They said in Pune, more than 100 million vaccines are ready to be deployed. Now, the question is how this distribution would happen, who would be the first recipient, how much time is required for revaccination, because I've been told that 28 days is required for the second booster dose. And as Dr. Reddy has said, you may be safe from COVID for a certain period of time, and depending on your body type, depending on the geography, that period may differ. So definitely there is no time to get us complacent. We have to wear the mask, we have to maintain the distance, we have to clean our hands. That's something which we have to go on. Quite difficult time for all of us, but I think that the world has come up to this challenge. We have been very resilient in the last 9 months, and we can demonstrate that despite of all the hardships that we are able to go. With this, I would end the session, and I would now invite our next keynote speaker, who is already online, Dr. Amar Patnaik. Dr. Amar Patnaik, very quick introduction about Dr. Amar Patnaik. Dr. Amar Patnaik is a public intellectual. He was an Indian Audit and Accounts Services officer former Principal Accountant General for Sikkim, Odisha, West Bengal, and Kerala. He took a very difficult decision. In fact, I was quite privy to that decision. He opted for a volunteer requirement after reaching right on the top 9 years before completion of his service, and joined Biju Janata Dal in the presence of party president CM Naveen Patnaik on 29th August 2018. He worked hard, and we have seen Biju Janata Dal forming the government again, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji becoming the CM again, considered to be one of the finest CMs in the country. He has been standing in left of his hand to support him. And today, Dr. Patnaik is representing Odisha in Rajya Sabha, and he has been part of some of the most important committees in digital privacy, in finance. And what we need, sir, is people like you who understand the public policy, who understand, and more than that, why I have a extra respect for Dr. Patnaik. He is an academician. He writes a lot. You can find his articles quite repeatedly in Economic Times and other places. And in fact, myself and Dr. Patnaik are working on a couple of articles, how we can bring new ideas together, and how the public policy and academia can bring in changes to the day-to-day of our fellow citizens. So over to you, Dr. Patnaik. Dr. Patnaik would be speaking today on Digital India, data privacy and state's interest. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Nikhilji. Thank you so much. It's absolutely a delight to be here today, to be addressing the India Global Annual Summit, the 5th edition of this. Thank you once again for the very generous words that you have spoken about me. Well, life is full of, uncertainties, and this is one of the uncertainties, probably uncharted rather, territory that I got into, and loving it completely. What I'm going to talk to you first, before I get into the topic, I must say that the work which I have seen Nikhilji has been doing is absolutely brilliant. I've known him for some years now. It's always something that he's doing, something which is different, something that contributes to the nation, something that contributes to the global human community. And this, I believe, is a step in that direction. The topic that I thought we both decided to speak on is Digital India, data privacy and state interest. Now, why this is important? Digital India, very important. The Prime Minister has been saying it for a long time. And the COVID situation has really proven to all of us that it is going to be digital all the way. The increase of online facilities, just not in education, but even in telemedicine, even in a case of transport, logistics, the increase in digital services during the pandemic has been to the order of 90% or 100% in some cases. So digital aspect of our economy, digital aspect of our life is going to remain. And more so in case of India, because we have as a public policy to achieve digitalization of a number of things, which was earlier being done in a manual process in a brick and mortar kind of situation. Now, when you talk about Digital India, the digital economy in India is expected to reach a valuation of $1 trillion by 2022. Now, this is what the economists are saying, but trust me when I say that it's going to be even much more. The basic, or I'd say the entire crux of the digital economy is something called data. So as they say, data is the new oil. Now, if you say that data is the new oil, and oil is an asset, is an expensive asset, it's limited, but data as a new oil is a little different. If you look at purely from an economics point of view, in economics, we have something called rival and non-rival, excludable, non-excludable. So data is something which you can use it many times over without reducing the impact or without reducing its availability to somebody else. For example, data can be used if there's an equation, if there is a data about census, it can be used many times over by many people without reducing the impact of that data or without reducing the availability of data to anybody. So to that extent, data is non-rival. It really doesn't matter. But you can exclude it, somebody from availing the data and somebody from not availing the data. So depending on these aspects, data as a resource, data as an asset is a new kind of thing that is going to be the crux of this digital economy, which is going to propel the digital economy. And how we handle the data is therefore going to be very important as to how the digital economy is going to shape up. When we talk about data as an asset, as I said, there are various possibilities as to who owns that asset. Is it the citizen who owns the asset? That is, who generates the asset. Or it is, once it has gone to a person who is keeping the data, he is going to be the owner of the data. These are some questions. The bigger question when we are handling data is the question of privacy. Now, if I am having data relating to my birth, relating to my caste, relating to my age, relating to my bank accounts, who will have access to it? Or if I share that access with somebody, how responsible is he to protect that data? So these are questions relating to privacy which came up before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, in a historic verdict in 2017 and even before that, in two judgments, which is called the famous Puttaswamy versus Union of India, recognized for the first time basically means that law having been met or not having been met so far, it's still the Supreme Court's judgment which stays today, as on today as we are speaking, that privacy is a fundamental right of the Indian citizen. It needs to be therefore protected. It can only be violated, or it can be, let's say, not protected when there are some reasonable restrictions. I'll get into that later. But privacy has come into the agenda for the first time in a major way after the Supreme Court judgment. And therefore, the questions that arise are, if you're talking about data, if you think that artificial intelligence, machine learning is entirely based on data, but if you do not make the data available to them, then what is the use of AI and MCL? But at the same time, if they take the data and use it in a purpose for which it was different from the purpose for which it was given by the citizen, then is it right? Is it ethical? So these are the two questions, broad questions, on which today I'm going to speak about, which is individual privacy versus state interest. The privacy of the citizen has to be protected, as I said, as the fundamental right given by the Constitution. But in which cases, in what manner, in what way this data can also be used for furthering digital economy, for achieving growth, for achieving innovation, for achieving new things that would give back some positive externalities to the same data principles, as they say, or the citizens to whom the data belongs. So this is the broad question. This is the debate that we are currently discussing in the Joint Parliamentary Committee on the Personal Data Protection Bill 2019 in the standing committee, in the committee of which I am a member, which Nikhilji just spoke about. Now, let me also, I think the public discourse on the Personal Data Protection Bill or the issue relating to privacy of Indian citizens vis-a-vis this particular bill has probably not been as much as it should have been. I still feel that after the Constitution, this could probably be the most significant and important legislation in independent India, because everything that a citizen does generates a data. And that now comes under the provisions of this Personal Data Protection Bill. So it will actually subsume the sectoral regulators like the Competition Commission of India, like the Consumer Protection Act, like the TRI, like the RTI. Now there's a complex relationship that is going to develop, and it remains to be seen how this is going to be handled, how this is going to be handled by the government or the data protection authority that the bill talks about forming. So these being the dilemma that the legislation brings in the digital economy, I must start with the positive note that the best thing that could have happened after the Supreme Court's judgment is the government bringing in a legislation which will at least regulate the way personal data of citizens have to be managed, could be given out for innovation, but there is something in place who will regulate it. Earlier, there was the IT Act itself, and there was nothing else. And of course, the Indian government and the Supreme Court has also in its judgment referred to the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. But I can assure you that the PDP bill that the Indian the committee currently is discussing, and which is finally going to be brought before the parliament for passing, would be much more advanced or much better than what the world has seen before, because it is probably, we have the advantage of learning from the mistakes of the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation and the regulations that are there in different parts of the country. There are, of course, debates. There are, of course, dissenting voices. There are, of course, different situations arising out of political ideologies and considerations. I am not getting into that. I am strictly speaking to you as an academic, as somebody who has audited IT systems of the United Nations many times over, and has from 20 years seen IT systems, how they've developed, what are the loopholes, how citizens handle data. Now, the point that I would straight away come into, since it will take a long time if I talk about the bill itself, are three important aspects. That is, privacy as a fundamental right, I talked about, but if everybody decides to make his data private and not available to the state when it is required, let us say there is this pandemic, the best example, the COVID pandemic. Now, if the data of the citizen as to who has been infected, whom he has met during contact, that is the part of the contact tracing, these are the data on which modeling takes place. To project which are the areas where there are chances of hotspots coming up, where containment has to be done, which part of the year or month it is going to have a spike. Now, if this data was not available, this kind of modeling would not have been available or would not have been possible. So is it fair to have protection to such an extent as a part of the privacy of the citizen that even this data is not available for public policy? I think the answer is a resounding no, because common good, public good would triumph before personal privacy. I am not suggesting at any point of time intrusion in privacy, but what I'm suggesting is that the personal data protection bill that we have envisaged is, for the first time in India, we are saying that data will be treated as an asset. The owner of the data is the citizen. It can be shared with somebody else only after the principal, the person who has the data, agrees, consents to give that data. So a consent regime which has been developed or which has been configured in the bill is going to remain, in which the person who is keeping the data on behalf of the data principal, whether it is a bank, whether it is a social media intermediary like Facebook, of course, they are really pushing for not making them as a data fiduciary, but I think the bill talks about keeping them in the same platform as a processor, as a data principal, as a data fiduciary. So data fiduciary, as the name suggests, is in a trust relationship with the citizen, and therefore the responsibility of the data fiduciary is to, after getting the consent, managing the data in such a manner that no harm is caused to the data principal or to the citizen. And therefore this relationship is the overriding relationship. But when I talk about state interest, I gave the example of the pandemic. I could give you the example of the Chinese aggression. If there is a data available, or let us say data available of the communication between, let us say, agents or actors who are inimical to the country, is it not fair on the part of our investigating agencies to get that data and utilize it to safeguard the sovereignty and integrity of the country? I think, again, the answer is a resounding yes. So therefore, the issue here is to balance between the privacy of the Indian citizen and the compelling state interest. let's say like pandemic, let's like national security, or let's say even a simple situation like maintaining law and order in an area. But what is that balance? How it is to be determined? And that the court has very well said, that it has to be proportionate and it has to be sufficient. The reason has to be sufficient, and the amount of data invasion or the privacy or invasion into the privacy of the citizen is required to be calculated or required to be calibrated is on the basis of what is called as proportional to the purpose to be served. For example, if you are trying to serve the, or let us again, I take the example of the COVID pandemic. If you want data about the COVID pandemic's spread, if you want to know who are the people they have met, I think getting the data relating to caste is actually of no consequence. So the Supreme Court has again said that data minimization, you collect data from citizens to the minimum extent required. It has to be purpose limited. That is, you should only be limited to the extent for which you want to, or the purpose for which you want to achieve. There is a storage limitation. There is a quality, there is accountability. I'm not getting into it. All these principles have been well laid down, and these principles have been laid down by the Honorable Supreme Court after studying the legislations made in other parts of the world. So what we are going to probably have by the next budget session is one of the most, I would say, well-studied and one of the most robust data protection regimes anywhere in the world. And more importantly, for a country the size of India, for a country which has 3 tiers of government at the national, sub-national, and sub-sub-national, which is the local self-government, how it plays out would be very, very important to watch for all of us in this country. Now, having spoken about the government's power legitimately to invade into this privacy of the data, that is, take it without his consent for reasons of national security, but it has to be proportionate, it has to be reasonable and sufficient. The issues that have come up is the issue of surveillance, that if this data comes to the government's hand or to the state's hand, then will it be used by the government or the agencies for surveillance purpose? This is a very important question. This is a question which has created a lot of tremor all over the country, but I have suggested in several articles that India needs to have a surveillance law. We do not currently have a surveillance law. Now, currently, it is done through executive instructions. My argument is that if we have a surveillance law, then it becomes legitimate state interest to get into the citizens' data when greater public interest or national interest is to be served. The other few ideas that I thought I would discuss, which are forming a part of the Personal Data Protection Bill, this is you would see the full contour of the bill once it comes into the Parliament. It is currently being discussed in a very, very minute manner in the Personal Data Protection Committee, Bill Committee. We have, for example, have had, I think, at least 50 different witnesses, starting from Facebook, Twitter, Uber, Ola. All kinds of perspectives have been taken. That's why I said that this would be the singularly most important legislation after the Constitution, because it is going to be an umbrella legislation that is going to manage citizens' data. So what are the issues coming up there? One of the issues is, if citizens' data has been collected, it should be stored. If Indian citizens' data has been collected, it should be stored inside India, what you call as data localization. Now, there has been various debates that if there is a data localization, then it is going to be detrimental to the growth of digital economy. I have written in my articles that I have not agreed to this kind of a suggestion by the critics. I say that data localization, which that is Indians' data should be stored inside India, is a great opportunity for India to become the data storage capital of the world. It makes no sense why a cloud server, which is having citizens' data, Indian citizens' data, be stored in the United States or in Ireland and is not accessible to Indian enforcement agencies when required. But I'm not getting into enforcement. I'm talking pure economics. Let India become the data storage capital of the world, and you will see that the cloud service would be in India and not in Ireland, in the United States. Let's create an environment for it. I'm very happy that the finance minister announced a series of measures during the budget to make data centers attractive proposition. I only would say that government should not push it down. It should instead incentivize the setting up of data centers in this country and remove the 60 odd licenses that are required to make a data center come up. The moment the ecosystem is improved, India would veritably become one of the data storage capitals of the world, because the cost of storing data would become less than what it is in the United States, in Ireland. And that's what I would really strive at. The other aspect is relating to consent. Now, we say that if I have the citizen's consent, and it has to be informed consent, many times, because in our country, informed consent is not really possible for a person in a village. He doesn't know what he is agreeing to. So I have been of the opinion that it is not just the consent that is important in a data protection regime. What is more important is what is the harm that is being caused to the citizen. If there is a consent and still a harm being caused, then the person who is causing the harm should be held responsible. It's like saying that if I've given a permission to a doctor to operate on me, if he is negligent, then he would still be, he continue to be held responsible. And similar things should apply to the data protection regime. Currently, it is very weak. I am pushing for its inclusion in the personal data protection bill in the committee that I am in. The other aspect is relating to non-personal data. That is, using non-personal data. What is the difference between personal and non-personal data? In very simple words, personal data is something which can be identifiable to Amar Patnaik, and non-personal data is something which pertains to Amar Patnaik but cannot be identified to Amar Patnaik. That's through proper kind of standards of anonymization, or you do what is called as encryptions. But unless you have that data, metadata as they say, non-personal data, you cannot design public policy. You can design public policy, but you can make it very effective by using artificial intelligence. New innovations can come up, and therefore non-personal data has been made a part of the bill, that anybody, anywhere the government feels can take this non-personal data. Of course, I have a different point of view that there is no need of having separate nomenclatures for personal and non-personal data, because that makes it very complicated. Let's have one only data protection bill. That's the view of some of the members. Let's see how the final bill comes up. The other point is relating to national interest. Now, sometimes this question has come up, that what is national interest? The definition of national interest cannot be given on straight away on pen and paper and can be defined in any bill. It changes from time to time, and it does. It has to change, and it must change. And who is the best position in the best position to determine what is in national interest? It is definitely the government of the day and the citizen of the day. And the citizens and the government, in partnership, in collaboration, have to decide what is in national interest. And if it is in national interest, in greater public good, the individual's privacy has to be compromised. I see nothing wrong in it. There is another suggestion which I think the bill talks about, that is to take care of these fake news and fake handles, bots, and all these kind of things that's happening. So the bill talks about a kind of a KYC that you have for the bank. Everything that is there on Facebook, everything that is there on Twitter, that is for social intermediaries I'm talking about, has to be identified. That means has to be blue tick. I think it's a marvelous thing. It's a revolutionary kind of change that's being proposed in the bill, which is not there anywhere in the world. It will actually make the entire social media space very sanitized, I can tell you. Of course, there's a lot of opposition from the social media platforms because of inclusion of this suggestion in the bill. The cross-border data flow is once again huge, which has been raised by many of these people, that once you stop cross-border data localization, cross-border data flow is restricted, then digital economy is going to be affected. I really say that no, it is not really so. In fact, the cross-border data flow would be not limited or would not be affected at all if two countries have similar set of data protection regime. It's already mentioned. So we would have nothing to worry about if it is with the European Union, but we would definitely be worried about if it is with, let's say, Pakistan, which doesn't have a law. So I have a feeling that on the whole, the data protection regime, which is safeguarding the privacy of the citizen, and at the same time has to think about the public interest of all the citizens together and not individual, is something, the debate which goes between fundamental rights and duties. The citizen has a right to be private in sharing his data, but the state expects the citizen to be dutiful to in ensuring that this data may be shared with the state when it is required to be used for the greater public good of the country and for its sovereignty and national integrity. There are also questions that that is mentioned in the bill. Once again, as I said, what is very interesting is that Justice B.N. Sri Krishna gave the 2018 draft report, and after that there have been several rounds of discussion. What we are going to probably have there are, of course, there are always nothing is perfect in this world. There are always chances for improvement, but what we are going to have is definitely going to be much better product in terms of data protection regime compared to anywhere in the world. And there I'm talking about taxing digital companies. You would be surprised to know, I repeat, that many of these intermediaries like the Facebook, like the Twitter, like the Instagram, like the WhatsApp, they operate in India under different subsidiaries where all the revenue and the income goes to their parent company. Very little gets paid within the country, whereas 1.3 billion people of this country generate the data which they use. And this is what is not acceptable. And therefore, the bill is addressing that, and all of us probably are in agreement that it has to be made stringent, because it is the data of the country, the data of the Indians that is being traded, but the benefits, because as I said, if data is an asset, it is the new oil, it is the individual's data. If it has to be traded, the benefit of it has to come to the individual, and it will come to the individual through the tax regime. But if the tax is being evaded, or the mechanism is so lax that the tax could be avoided, then I think we have to make it very robust and very stringent. And that's what the committee is working very hard on. The committee is also working on regulating the streaming websites like Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and Disney Hotstar. Now, I do not really want to give an impression that the government of the day or the bill is going to come out with something which will completely defeat the purpose of the Puttaswamy judgment. No, the point is, what it is trying to do is to create this balance between individuals' data privacy and the compelling national or state interest, as they would say. So the bill takes care to ensure that the MSMEs, the medium small scale industries, micro small scale industries are protected. They would have very less pressure to be compliant with this law. They will be probably given more time. There is a regulatory sandbox. There is also a protection which is given to people who want to innovate, because you can use the metadata and can innovate. If there is a need for, let us say, teachers or health pandemic situation, then also the data can be used. One can actually debate, and that is the debate that is happening within the members in the committee, is which one has to outweigh the other. The argument that I like to have is that we should have the compliance cost very less, because then business will grow. But we could have the accountability cost very high. That is, if there is a violation, the penalty should be stiffer. The offenses should be stiffer. There is currently no offenses in the Act. It is only a question of fines and penalties. I have talked about some kind of criminal action to be taken, because in that case, what happens is that the compliance cost is low, business grows, but at the same time, people are aware, those who are using and processing the data, that if the breach of data secure privacy happens, then the punishment, then the fines would be so high, so prohibitive, that they better spend money in protecting the data that they have obtained. So this debate is going on. I am sure out of all these discussions that's going to take place within the committee, that has already been happening outside the committee, what we are going to have in India in probably March 2021 or within that period of time in the budget session would be one of the most astoundingly robust data protection regime in the world. And I hope this particular bill is going to address the growth of the country at the same time as maintaining the privacy of the citizens, because I believe that the growth of the country ultimately it increases the size of the cake, it goes down to the citizens. So thank you so much.
Sir, absolutely brilliant and well-researched speech. And being myself interested in data and IT, I cannot thank you more than enough. And you and in fact, Vijay Kranti ji has just made the point. The two most important issues in the last 10 months is medicine and data. And both of you have been the foremost intellectuals in India who are able to touch base. So thanks a lot for raising these issues. Right for privacy and right for data usage, all these things are extremely important. I remember many years back when the Aadhaar card came, and I was traveling to UK, and I explained to the British citizen, one of my friends, that willingly Indians are coming forward and they are giving their biometrics to get recorded. And they were absolutely perplexed. What is happening? Why this is so? He said, that's fine. And the funny part about India is that nobody holds their Aadhaar card themselves, particularly in rural region. You know that the head of the family holds Aadhaar cards. Your ID is with somebody else, or there is a group of, in fact, what I have been told is like the group of houses actually give their Aadhaar card to their
Sarpanch.
Sorry, I think I got dropped. So
no, it's okay.
So another irony is that you're talking about data and your connection drops. So
so the technology reminds you that all is not well.
Thank you, sir. I would like you to stay a little bit more, sir. There is a very interesting initiative being launched by the group of our friends from Meta Social. It's called Digital Dan. Let me invite the team of Mr. Iftikhar Pathan, Vishal Nayak, and Captain Anand Dhankar to tell you about Digital Dan and why it is so pertinent in today's situation that we should commit to this particular initiative. Vishal and Iftikhar and Anilji.
Thank you, Nikhilji, for the introduction. And it was amazing to hear Amar Patnaik speaking. I think we've been treated to an excellent knowledge and the current issues. How do you want to start it? Vishal, can I request you to share your screen so that Honorable Amar Patnaik can launch formally the initiative of Digital Dana?
Would be first you speak about what is this and then you launch it.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, no problems. So thank you very much, Nikhilji, for coming up with this brilliant idea of Digital Dana. Though we've been doing Dan from, I think, centuries, but with the advent of technology, you came up with this concept of Digital Dana, which is the need of the hour. So as all of us know, the pandemic, because of the pandemic, we were hit very badly. Hey, Faizan.
Vishal, I think we lost Iftikhar. Can you take over, please?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, Iftikhar, we can hear you.
Okay. So what I was saying is that we all know that the pandemic has disrupted the education, and the weaker sections and the urban poor and the rural area, most of the students, I think roughly about 320 million students, are suffering. So this initiative that we are doing is called Digital Dana, is being done in conjunction with the India Global and Meta Social. And I'll have Vishal tell you a little more about it later. But what we decided that instead of, all of us share the same thinking, that it's better to light a candle than to crib about the darkness. So this is what actually our contribution to help assuage the destruction and the disruption that the pandemic has caused. And I have my very able team with me. I am one of the co-founders of Metasocial. I have Vishal Naik and Captain Anil Dhankar. So I'll ask Vishal to quickly inaugurate and then take you through a couple of slides so that everyone knows what the whole Digital Dana initiative is all about. So Vishal, over to you.
Thank you, Iftikhar. I'll just request Dr. Patnaik ji to kind of declare this open, and then I would love to tell more about this concept, about the initiative that we have started. Dr. Patnaik ji.
Oh, looks exciting. So I declare it open. Just great. Good to see Digital Dana. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik ji. Thank you.
Pleasure completely mine.
So my name is Vishal Naik. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Metasocial, along with Iftikhar Pathan and Captain Anil Dhankar. So we came up with this initiative when we were last working on one of the biggest impact funding summit with Dr. Nikhil and few of our colleagues and friends. And we found that there's a huge need, or there's a great digital divide which exists today. And I come from a technology space. I've been working for 2 decades in the technology area. So whenever we have any queries or anything we want to talk about, or the information age that Dr. Patnaik ji talked about, we just say, when in doubt, Google, right? Everywhere in technology. But it's actually a privilege which we don't understand that we have amongst, I think, almost not just the technology folks, but everyone. But there is a huge divide in terms of children, underprivileged children. In fact, 3 out of 4 children don't have access to this thing. And it's in this year, I think COVID has really highlighted that. And they are most likely to have a 0 year, and which gives us a kind of a highlight in terms of there is a section of the society which really needs this digital infrastructure to be in place, which not only will give them access to online education, but it will also give them access to a plethora of knowledge, information, which can really help them in their education and otherwise. And there is fantastic work being done by a lot of NGOs, actual for-profit and non-profit organizations on ground. And our initiative with Digital Dana with India Global is to augment that effort on ground across India by giving them the digital infrastructure which is there. And that's where we started with this why. And that's where we have arrived now with this initiative. And just to give a quick stat, even in IIT Kanpur, we found about 600 students which actually didn't have access to laptops. So imagine about other underprivileged children who are studying in 8th, 10th, 12th, and are going to appear for their boards, and otherwise they don't have access to this. So this is where we thought we will launch a campaign where in our first honest effort, we will look at bringing 10,000 kids, enabling 10,000 families, perhaps 2 children per family, about 20,000 kids, underprivileged kids with digital kits, which will consist of a good quality laptop. It will have a 2 years internet connection, so they have data, and also online curated access to content. And this is what we are starting with. In terms of the implementation, we were very careful to design this. We have been talking to a lot of on-ground local partners on how they're doing, because if you just give a laptop or infra, it will not work. So what we're doing is we have tied up with almost in 12 plus cities where we are working with local partners who have been engaged with government schools and other schools for last 2 or 3 years, have been mentoring and training, but this year they have been finding it really difficult to do that. So that's where the Digital Dana platform comes in, where we combine the strength of our Indian citizens who can actually support people, the underprivileged kids who really need that support right now, the Indian diaspora across the globe, and of course, corporates and foundations who can come in and do that. Now, what we're doing is we're bringing the actual implementation on the ground and merging that with technology. So we are using blockchain to make sure that every donation, everything which comes is audited for. Of course, in India, we don't use any crypto. We don't have anything of that aspect which is there. It's purely to drive transparency in this thing. Also, every beneficiary who's with a certain criteria, the local partner will become available online to see whoever donates, where the money is going, how it is utilized, what is happening, what is the stage of this thing. And we're going a step further. For every laptop, we are installing an AI-based fraud management software. So we know there's a GPS tracking, what is there, and it'll be an input to kind of avoid some kind of misuse this year and also give us a this thing. Because what we are looking at is as a long-term initiative where we are starting with this 10,000 kids or families that we want to help, and then move on to mentoring and other things using the technology, the emerging technology which is there, and the things as well. So this is where we are, and I would like to invite our co-founder, Captain Anil Dhankar, to talk about the impact and what we have been thinking. What is that actually it will deliver to the end beneficiary, and how does it actually help the whole ecosystem?
Okay.
Captain
Thank you, Vishal. First of all, namaste, everyone. I think people watching us and listening to us across the globe. So I guess namaste is the the right way to say. So no, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I was thinking, when Nikhilji talked about this, and when we were talking, Vishal mentioned, Anil, you talk about the impact. I looked at quite a lot of research. What does education do? How does it help? And just few minutes, before this talk, I just remembered these pics, and I thought instead of talking, about impact, I think a lot we can Google. If I ask all speakers here and the delegates, how does education help? I'm sure each one of us will be able to tell a lot about. I don't think this group needs at all from my side to understand what the impact is. But I want to tell a story. So if you look at on the left-hand side, the person on your screen who's sitting in the chair, and there are two pics of another gentleman standing, in front of a car, and a person standing at a podium. Till 8th, 9th standard, both of them were in same school in a village in Haryana near Charkhi Dadri.
I'll search on the...
Iftikhar, if you can go on mute, please. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So till, they were studied in a village school, both were together. And thereafter, what happened? And I think that is what will tell us about the impact. So the gentleman on the right-hand side, standing proudly in front of the car, got an opportunity with his father, who was in army, took him along with him, got him admitted into a Kendriya Vidyalaya. And thereafter, this guy got better education, moved on, thereafter entered into some competitive exams, became commissioned officer in Indian Army, thereafter came out and did reasonably well in the corporate world, and thereafter I started doing and saying, hey, I make a difference to the society by giving back what I have got. Now, will every person who gets educated get all this? Maybe answer is not. But when we look at this picture on the left-hand side, which is a picture of the cousin of the same guy who was studying till 9th standard in that village school, and this gentleman on the left-hand side didn't get this opportunity to get into a better school. And he got into, by the time he reached 10th, got into bad company, got into some sort of addictions, alcohol, and a few other local drugs. Parents got him married early so that bacha sudhar jayega. The guy would maybe after marriage, early child marriage. He got into, I would call it gender violence, beating his wife, had kids, pretty early, and thereafter couldn't land a good job. When I look at, these two pictures is what tell us this story, that the education won't guarantee what one gets on the right-hand side, but lack of education does guarantee us poverty. It guarantees us poor health. Look at the, from a health and fitness point of view, if you look at all these pictures, I think they are telling this story. Better quality of life, better progress, that better career opportunities and advancement that, or rather, one would not get. So one would, if one is not getting educated, then one would not get any of these opportunities. So we guarantee that. Today, when this pandemic has come in, there are so many children who are missing out on these opportunities to get educated. Even if this pandemic was not there, I'm sure there are millions of children in India and across the globe who don't get these opportunities. And this elite group, which is sitting here with me as panelist, and this elite group who's listening, I think has an opportunity to make a huge difference. When we are talking about this particular initiative, we are not talking about just donating a laptop. What we are trying to do here is really make a difference, to really, there's a mission, I would say, to promote knowledge, to promote health, to promote happiness, to promote peace, to promote prosperity with one laptop at a time. That's the impact that we want to make. Thank you.
So, sir, the way that Sanjeev ji has funded the skill education, we are requesting NRI friends to come together and fund this. The worry that we have is that COVID will come and go, but the 0 year for 32 crore students out of 40 crore, 32 crore has no access to education. That will have a larger impact for next 100 years. We will not able to curb that. So that is a very worrying and scary situation. So we need to do something about it.
Agreed. Fully agreed.
Yeah.
So thanks a lot.
So we have someone, Nikhilji, we have someone who will pledge today, like I told you. So we have two of them. One is the Gautam Cheda. I just request him to please pledge today in front of everyone. And also Shankar Damodaran, please.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes. So
Vishal, can you stop sharing the screen?
Hello, everyone. So I would like to pledge, along with my child, that I will contribute to this Dana program. At least I will take up this initiative, and I will pledge at least 50 children out of 10,000 children, whatever initiative we have to start with. And definitely the vision is larger, and whatever connects we have in 30 countries, we will take this program forward and we'll implement it on the ground. So it's our privilege, and being a ex-Tata employee, no doubt it is built in our culture. So this is a privilege to be here and to take this place. And I'm sure this is need of the hour. And I also want to thank Nikhilji and Iftikharji and other members to take up this initiative. And I also heard a very fruitful session of Patnaik sir about the data. And I agree, there is no second thought that data is the next fuel. And we all are working in the technology parlance, and definitely the India will emerge out on this front, where we are also representing in the WBF to India in the global platform. So definitely this
Gautamji,
learning
not only you
will
have
add.
adopted, Gautamji, not only you adopted 50 kids, but actually you have adopted 50 families today. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Is Shankar Damodaran, please, can you unmute to speak?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we can see you as well.
Thank you very much. Vishal, excellent presentation, and I know about your initiative, but I think it's really an idea whose time has come, and I always wanted to contribute at some level to the kids and make sure that they get something and the digital divide gets reduced. But here is truly an opportunity I see, and truly we can make a difference. And I want to pledge 30 kids to begin with, so that I also understand how the system works. And it's brilliant. When you want to make a difference, you also want to know where it is going, how it's going, so that you get acknowledged for what you're doing. That's the greatest gift. And I look forward to working closely with you and Iftikharji and Vishal and the rest of the team, and with our international connections in over 100 countries with the Global Chamber. We want to bring this good news of truly making a difference and making valuable shift in people's lives. And I so want to thank everyone here today and pledge the 30 kits that I promised to do and take it forward. And technology is the answer. And it's really an idea whose time has come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shankarji. Thank you, Gautamji.
So much.
Thank you, sir. Vishal, your job has become a bit easier. You have 9,930 more to go. 8, 9. So thanks a lot.
Exactly.
Thanks a lot, Patnaik
So
ji.
we have a lot of. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik ji.
So with this, we will take just quick 5 minutes of bio break. You may not log off. You can be here. And right after that, we will have two simulating discussions left. One is about the education, how to get back on track, which is moderated by Dr. Dwarka Prasad Dunyal. And then we will end with our keynote from none other than Professor Ved Nanda Padma Bhushan, from University of Denver, Threats and Opportunity at the Time of Crisis. And we will have a plethora of speakers coming in today from more than 4 countries. So don't go away, wait for 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes, you can go and quickly have a bio break, grab a coffee, and we will come back to you. Bye.
Teji.
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ, मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
You're on mute, Nikhil. You're on mute.
Sorry. So thanks a lot for coming back again. That's the advantage of technology, where we have people joining in from all across the world. This is a truly global education panel now. We have discussed about medicine. We have discussed about data privacy. We have discussed about digital dan, and now another very important topic about our next step, the surprises and opportunities education. We just learned 32 crores kids in India will face a 0 year just because they were not able to get any access to education. So the way technology can bring us together, technology can be a discriminator, because we are come from little privileged background, we are able to come together and speak to each other. But what about millions of others? So certainly, it's a very, very important topic. We have our moderator, Dr. Dwarka Prasad Unyal, Dean of the Flame University. Earlier, Dr. Unyal was the Dean of IIM Kashipur. We have speakers joining in from University of Southampton, Dr. Tambada. We have Dr. Parsad joining from University of Denver. All three of them an exceptional and brilliant academician. I'm sure the discussion today will be very pertinent. And let me invite Dr. Unyal to take the discussion forward.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, and welcome everyone. And it's a privilege and an honor to host both Dr. H.G. Parsa, who's an old friend from the Denver days, and the pleasure to make your acquaintance, Dr. Tamwada. I think it's very, very rightly said by Nikhil that, the biggest disruption and the change and the impact after healthcare of COVID has happened in our lifetime on education. I think COVID has fundamentally changed both for the privileged as well as for underprivileged, the way we see, we understand, we acquire, we get access to education. Yet at the same time, I think this is also very important for us to look at, purely because all three of us do come from higher education background and run universities. So we would like to keep our discussion predominantly on the higher education space, India and global, and the impact the COVID has and fundamentally disrupted this particular form of business, for example, or otherwise, which has not had happened for almost 1200 years. Since the time the first modern university of Bologna started, in 800, I think the education and the form of universities all across the world had remained the same. They're all part of a larger state, city, large number of undergraduate population comes in, pays a large amount of money to get higher education. The professors come, get tenure, they get paid for doing research, less for teaching, and then higher education moves on in a particular light. But suddenly, and then it also a kind of structure which was formed. You need a large land endowment, you need large buildings, you need large labs, you need large classrooms to be teaching handful of privileged people to create an impact in the higher society. I think somewhere, if I may, COVID has shook all of us. So my first question to Professor Parsa is, when this thing started becoming reality, that classes have to be shut and things are, and it was really going, I think in March, it was less in India, but I think by the time March, UK had already exploded and US was exploding with the corona cases, and suddenly everybody took notice, and then government started scrambling, and university presidents and vice chancellors had to really rethink on that. So my first question to both of you, and before I would like Professor Parsa to start, that by March, what were you guys thinking? What was the thought process? What was the feeling? Because then only then we know that what has happened, how much water has flown, and how much things we have covered in last 8 months. So what was happening in March at Denver? What was happening? Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Namaste Dwarka ji, pranam. Everybody else. It's an incredible program, Nikhil ji. It's amazing. I did not even stop for 1 minute since morning. Uttaranchal, Amora, and Patnaik ji. Just incredible. I wish more academic conferences are so enlightening as this one. Thank you.
I agree. I think all of us agree on that.
Yeah, very enlightening, very educational, very informational. Thank you. With that, unfortunately, at the University of Denver, we are in a quarter system. That means our quarter ended in March 2nd week and new quarter start March 3rd week. So we were in survival mode, water up to here. What did we do? Barely survive. So what we did was, our priority was, how can we deliver quality education for our students? That's number one. First thing we did was minimize the human contact. No labs. All the chemistry lab, biology lab, engineering, they were all canceled for a whole semester. I am teaching a class where there is a lab component. All the labs were canceled. They have to make it up in the fall. Number one. Number two, on campus, no gatherings, no social meetings, everything. Third thing we did was, all collectively, all the students were given advice, on campus, don't gather for next 3 months. 3 months. So those are things we did, emergency measures, we took it. I'm proud to tell you that University of Denver has one of the lowest number of COVID than any other college in the state of Colorado. Wow. So 3 things. Number one, minimize human contact, cancel all the lab part, emphasizing teaching and learning through to Zoom, but still provide quality education. That's what we did, Dwarikaji.
Right, lovely. I would like to hear from Dr. Tamwara, what was happening at Southampton. You have to unmute, please.
Before I get started, I completely echo what Professor Parsa has said. Thank you, Dwarkaji. Thank you, Nikhilji. And namaskar, everyone. I completely echo, this has been the most engaging program this year that I have attended. It's wonderful to hear from Patnaik-ji and all the distinguished gentlemen and ladies who spoke, ladies and gentlemen who spoke earlier today. What we did at Southampton was exactly very similar to what University of Denver did. The extent of focus on the student is just amazing, because typically the emphasis that is put on research in the Western universities, that's the impression we carry. We say research is primary and research is what we'll be wanting to focus on. But the moment this thing stuck, I was amazed to see how Southampton rose up to the occasion, put student at the heart of the whole thing. Its entire agenda, it has put student at the heart of it. And then we wanted to ensure that the students get the best of what they can within the constraints of the external environment. And that's what Southampton has also done. And it's a remarkable thing, both as a person who has stayed here and worked at these universities, which are Russell Group, which are research focused, but never losing track of the students.
Lovely. We had to close down. So let me give my experience in a lot of Indian universities as well, because the state governments and the central government sent across an advisory that all educational institutions need to be closed. So by mid-March, suddenly post-Holi, it was no colorful, even Holi was not colorful this year. And we had to close down all our campuses and had to send across the students immediately. And most of us were in the middle of the semester. So it was not a semester ending. It was all the last semester was happening, which means if we don't graduate these students, there's a huge risk of them not graduating this year, or all their work of all these years will go for waste. So I think for us, it was a kind of a double whammy that first, of course, we had to ensure that they have to all go back safely back to their places. And hence we have to put up a lot of coordination with our logistics teams and flights and parents and all that stuff. At the same time, because the semester was still on and almost 2 months of semester was still to be done, we had to quickly adapt to the digital technologies, which typically in a place like ours, which is a liberal arts university, it's a very face-to-face, in-person kind of a smaller classroom environment, which we always have. So our technology, input at that point of time was basic. We had to ramp it up in a week's time. We had to train our 100 faculty to teach through Google Meets because we didn't have Zoom at that point of time. And we had the G Suite. And convert, and then we had to teach dance, to theater, to physics, to mathematics, to varied range of subjects, which are not necessarily, some of them are not very, easy to teach, to be taught on online and things like this. And within a week, we had to transition 200 courses, 100 faculty to be taught, and 1,000 students to be done, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it was a huge challenge. We were able to ensure that even examination had to be done through online mode and others. But we were able to do that by 11th of May, we graduated everybody. So exactly after 2 months, we were able to graduate. The graduating batch and the next batches went there. But then afterwards, the transition happened. So I want to know about how, yes, moving to Zoom was easy in a sense that, yes, we could go use a technology, but fundamentally shifting the teaching pedagogy, especially business school, for example, we are so case driven. How to completely shift the pedagogy, the approach of teaching, learning, and then bring student at the center of it and a technology to embed it. How did you guys, and because you have larger universities, thousands of population across colleges and people, how did you then transition from initial shock, everything is done, face saving, everybody is done, okay. But then the real challenge, how do you completely digitally transform the teaching learning process and your university? So how did you go about it? Professor Parsa?
Thank you. Thanks, Dwarkaji. That's an excellent question. What happened in our university? Our university set aside $1.2 million just for teachers' education over the summer. Fortunately, our June, July, August summer months, all summer, every faculty required to go through Zoom classes or training classes, video classes.
Right.
But you have an interesting point. Music cannot be taught so easily. So is dance and the chemistry lab, engineering. We have labs on artificial limbs. They got to come to labs and make them. Yeah, they have to make the artificial limbs. So $1.2 million invested to train teachers, number one. Number two, selected faculty were given advanced training. They became online technical help because they know the content, they know the technology. For example, when I'm teaching Zoom, my colleague is my technical help. So we have the missionaries all over the campus. Every department has one faculty given one course reduction. His or her job is to help others, colleague to colleagues, not to depend on technologists. Number two. Number three, we have dedicated line from morning 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Dedicated person who can answer the questions. If I am preparing my lecture for tomorrow, I can get help until 11 o'clock at night. But after that, it goes to the call centers. So 24 hours, I can get help. So three things we did it. Dedicated faculty, given time, help with the colleagues. Technical help till 11 p.m., then 24 hours. Thirdly is subject-specific training, all faculty, all through the summer, all summer. We didn't do anything this summer, very little research.
I know, all of us did the same.
Yeah. Lastly, our dean made a special choice, cancel all the meetings. No faculty meetings. No, just no faculty meeting all the way. So even faculty evaluation limited to half a page.
Right.
So we minimized the administrative responsibilities.
No, I did the same this year. I've just got a one-pager for my faculty.
Yeah. So the point is minimizing the administrative responsibility so that we can focus on teaching and learning.
Lovely. Professor Tambada, how did you guys go about it?
I think there was a proactive engagement from the Vice Chancellor himself, who was continuously engaged both with broader group of colleagues as well as students, were almost on a weekly basis sending emails to everyone, updating about what the plan is, how things are going to shape up, the uncertainties and how they can be dealt with. And as as in the case of Denver, Southampton adopted a similar approach. There were extensive training sessions over the summer. So this sort of a new normal, this uncertain situation can be dealt with. And a lot of faculty members got used to, got exposed to these new tools, because you can imagine a lot of us are classical lecturers. We can go to a classroom, stand up, put our act together for 2 hours and then get out of the classroom. But now this is like you're watching a screen and there's nobody, because all the students have switched off their videos.
I know.
So literally, this is a new experience for everyone. So there were a lot of sessions wherein staff were enabled to understand how this whole thing can be dealt with the help of tools, and not only that, how every staff member should be looking at supporting other staff members. So most of the modules got redesigned. It's remarkable. From the last 10 years, the module that I've taught, something nobody touched other than me, now suddenly got, started getting interest from different colleagues. They created new roles like deputy head of teaching for the research group. And with that deputy head of teaching, who had this extensive experience with the technological tools, was even happy to sit with me on a Saturday saying, can we please run through your sessions, which are going to take place after 4 months? So the planning was that meticulous in terms of, coordination. And then saying, how do we plan the lecture? It can't be 2-hour lecture. So if you're doing this, can we make into 15-minute slots and then break a 5-minute, let's have a 5 minutes break in between or an activity in between. So the whole thing was extensively thought through. And that is something for my own modules, for example, I've never experienced, because nobody would want to come and touch them before. But this was a time when there was a sense of a community trying to come together and accomplishing the student experience, the excellence in student experience. That's how we have focused at Southampton.
Lovely. I think it's very interesting, for all the audiences, that 3 distinct universities of distinct sizes and orientation at 3 different countries have actually taken a very similar path towards getting ready for the digital transformation for the university. Exactly, we are smaller in size, but I think our challenges were very similar. Most of our faculty members were liberal arts university faculty members or business. They have never had great access to technology, or they were never taught online. Some of us have, but others have not. So we also created a digital task force. Our task force job was and create all these evangelists who are better in technology. Younger faculty member actually helped the older faculty members, and across the so a lot of diffusion which happened. Of course, we had trained. We had done almost like, I think, 60 workshops over the summer for our faculty colleagues on different tools, techniques, even how to use the physical, that board, whiteboard, the digital whiteboard, how to go about it, making notations and things like this. At the same time, about, as Professor Tamwala has said, about how to break those 2-hour sessions into various different kinds. So all of us shared our experiences, the modules we've done, and we keep doing that every term. So we continue to do it after term after term. After 2 months, we sit back, all faculty meets together, and they said what went right, what went wrong. And we have been taking continuous feedback from the students about what's happening, because there's so much of digital stress is being built on students. From morning 9, sometimes they are at 4 o'clock, multiple classes are happening. A lot of their reading is online. A lot of physical books, we can't send it across to them. So they need to be given a lot of digital material. So their screen time has increased tremendously because they have not let go of their social media time or a web series or an Amazon or a Netflix time. So that continues over and above. They have to, study 5 hours online with lectures, I think. So they had a digital fatigue, which we are now trying to counter. And also sometimes I think mental health issues have cropped up a lot more because kids wanted to be on campus. They are stuck in houses of all kinds, and they are stuck in one physical corner. They're not even meeting their friends. So a lot of that issues have also come up, which we are, I'm sure all of you would have seen it, not directly because I'm sure, but administrators might have gotten a lot of data about it. So now I'm moving from our respective experiences to a little larger question. And a lot of research had been happening. A lot of churning had been happening about Western universities, and even in India, for example, about the question I have is very simple, is that our larger universities today, okay, are facing an existential crisis. And we can be open, we don't have to be defensive just because of the fact that we happen to be administrators or professors of these universities. Do we really think that COVID has actually started making us forced to think about the real nature of what universities are meant to? Is it even feasible for them to continuing over a period of time? I think a lot of universities, smaller ones, smaller colleges have faced financial churn, financial problems. If you would have read Scott Galloway's article, he's a little on the other side of it. He's more scathing and more contrarian. I want to take a middle path, but the question to you, both of you, and Professor Tamwara can start, is that do you really think that the existing university model, the way it has happened for the last 1,200 years, is under an existential threat?
Very pertinent question, Dwarkaji. Thank you so much for that. Now, this is based on my own conviction and my own understanding. There is no substitute for a university. For a young boy or young girl of 17 years old, I mean, the pandemic will get over this. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, we'll get over this. But for a young person who is coming out of the high school, there is no other opportunity for him to come and interact with people of similar age group and then blossom into an individual who is educated, an individual who can contribute intellectually to society. This is the opportunity young people have. And I never foresee there being an existential crisis for the university because it's a sacred institution. And as a humanity, as a society, we have grown to respect it. If you see my children, who are probably very little right now, 20 years down the line, I'm already thinking, oh, well, I'd already see them at a university. And I'm very sure people of our generation are already thinking like that. Although they are having children who are just in year 2 or year 4. The reason being, not that they're planning ahead, they want the children to have the benefits that have accrued to them by attending universities. The kind of returns they've experienced, the kind of intellectual experience they have had by going through the process of studying in a university, of which the formal education component, whether in India, whether in the West, wherever in the world, is a very small part. There's a lot of informal engagement that happens in the university, whether it's interaction with professors or with fellow students. And all that can't be easily replicated by other institutions that we have in our world. For that reason, I very strongly believe that there'll never be an existential crisis, but what is really needed is a university to reinvent itself. It can't go on in a particular way of whatever, way of producing knowledge or creating things the way it has traditionally done. Probably there is a significant need for innovations on those front. But the university itself, with those large campuses, with those beautiful buildings, I don't think they'll ever be going away from the context.
Professor Parsa, you agree or you want to have a contrarian view on this?
Absolutely. Dwarika ji, for this program, I put together a few slides. Do we have time to share some slides?
Sure. I think we will have 5 to 7 minutes to do that. Yeah, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll go on till 11:30. So more than happy to. Yeah. Please go ahead.
I put together. Hope I'm the co-host. And let me see.
Yep.
Share screen.
Yep, you can see. Yep.
Okay. Let me put the. Okay, I'm sharing the screen here. Okay.
You need to make it full screen. Make it.
Yeah. That's all right. Try to get there. Okay. What are the educational priority for India? Let me go to the top of the slides because only 7 minutes. Let me see. I start with here. Okay. So full screen. So what's India? This is the thinking happening across our universities. We have several discussions. What should be the form and nature of education in the world? I took that. This is India. This is where we want to be. Our solution is socially responsible democratic education. That's what India needs. Basing on what I heard with Ranchal, what's happening, and Patnaik ji mentioned it, and healthcare. So in the future is traditional Socratic education of all theory-driven education is wonderful. That may not solve all our issues. Next few minutes, I'll share with you some of my visions, my thoughts. 5 things I see is the education priorities pathways for India 2050. 5 pathways. Number 1, incentivize education for solving social problems. That's what I meant. Business schools working with companies and the universities, companies, and the society, working together, solving social issues. Because India is incredibly diverse, culturally, linguistically, geographically, topographically, everywhere. So solution cannot come from New Delhi. No, they can't. They have to come locally. That's why we need incentivize. What do you mean incentivize? It should be given some incentive for companies, tax break, whatever. Incentivize education, solving social problems. Next one is innovation institutes, universities, data science, AI training, affiliated all over every district level, not the state level, district level, not big cities. Every county, every place should have data science. Just like once upon a time, we had teaching and learning type centers, data science, AI. That is the future for India 2050. That's when you should be trained for the future. We need doctors, engineers. Once upon a time, in India, we have technical vocational education. We are beyond that, beyond that. Data science, AI training at the district level, not only state level. Third one is socially responsible education for women and youth. Why? India has the largest number of youth in the world. They are going to demanding jobs. Can you provide them? Women is upliftment of the whole society. Those 2 are our priorities for India 2050. Women fell behind, society cannot advance. That's the fundamental, especially in India, the role women play as the mothers, brothers, sisters, wives. That's so important for us, women and youth priorities. Those are 3 priorities. 2 more, there it is. That is the most people may not know. The first doctor in India, Kadambini ji from Kolkata. Other one is from Maharashtra. Joshi. Yeah, Joshi ji. So women, youth, and universities, institutions, and the government working together collaboratively solving a local problem. That is the future. I got 2 more things to say, share with you. Globally connected, sector specific. That means sector specific means it could be healthcare, it could be IT, it could be forestry, it could be tourism for that matter. Some state like Assam, Northeast, tourism, Himachal, or could be oil, gas, electric, healthcare. Sector specific. Asian collaborations, European connections. That's I see is the future for India. Collaborate with the Asian countries and having European connections. Building local competencies. That's how we have to go, sector specific. India should be known, specialize some parts of that, whatever that may be. That is data driven, AI driven. Lastly, mandated Indo-centric diversity education promoting democracy and diversity. India is unique because we're the largest democracy. That's our asset. That's our asset. We can't take a model of China because they have a different system. We have to preserve our democratic values. That's so important. in India, we are teaching tolerance. No, we had to go beyond tolerance. We have to celebrate diversity. Not only. So Indo-centric ethnic values in K through 12. Build, that's what China did. Build pride in China first. Okay. With that, education is fundamental. Why? Once a student trained in this way, he will be thinking about India and solving India's problems. 2 more slides. Quickly, we'll stop it. Socially responsible education does. What does it do? It teaches solving Indian problems by Indians. It does not look to America, German, anywhere. Try to solve problems by Indians for Indians. So it teaches social democratic values. That's so important. Solve a problem within the democratic structure. India-centric solutions. Teach a green living. The citizen that cares for society, that cares for environment, is teaching caring for society. So teach students to care for the environment so that he will care for society. That's a fundamental. So last 2 more slides, there you go. Creating socially responsible citizen is our future. Thus, I believe in it. Education, world peace, and change in the society. We are here training our youth to make a change. I had to borrow from Arjun's. Last 2 slides. Ask yourself one simple question. All of us, all our children, especially Flame, we have the private universities, we have the pleasure of doing this. If I'm not giving, why am I leaving? Take a look at that. The little dog fell in the water. These 2 gentlemen has nothing to do with it. Let the dog go. No, who cares? Look, he is risking himself falling into the creek, dirty creek, trying to pull up a dog. That's what I mean. That's what we need in education. Change the way you think, make a difference in society. One more slide. Ask yourself one question. If I'm not giving, why am I living? Take a look at it. Gentleman drowning himself, but he's still saving a dog, puppy. That's so important. With that, socially responsible democratic India. That's what we need in the future. That's what we need. So giving back, making the difference, solving social issues. That is what I see is the future. I think I took 6 minutes.
That's perfectly. Thank you, Dr. Parsa, for actually extending Professor Tamwada's point, because he said universities will exist, but they will have to reinvent themselves, not just in India, but otherwise as well. What is the larger purpose of education? What is the larger purpose of teaching learning? And universities as a seat of higher learning have a larger role to play. They cannot now remain insular. And this is the point I've always made, especially in India, where some of our higher learning institutions, IITs have been more inclusive, but IIMs, where I've come from, have always remained a lot more insular towards the larger ecosystem they live in. You know, I think that thing has to change. At the same time, you're totally right. I was talking to a panel done by Ravi and his team day before yesterday on Gujarat. And I was telling that, institutions in India ends up having, I don't know, a different kind of mindset that they always want to compete with each other rather than collaborate with each other. I'll give an example. When I used to teach at MICA in Ahmedabad, MICA people won't speak to IIM Ahmedabad because IIM Ahmedabad won't speak to MICA because they will feel we are different and these two will never speak to NID. NID will never speak to other engineering colleges or EDI and other. There are 7 such institutions within one city, and they will never talk to each other till one day Prime Minister Modi at that point of time with the Chief Minister said, I want all of you guys to solve my Gujarat's problem. How can you do that? Yeah. He brought everybody together and saying that, somebody is the best in communication, somebody is best in management, somebody is best in design, somebody is best in architecture, somebody is best in entrepreneurship. You guys better sit together and ensure that I'm giving you problems, you better solve those problems. I think you're completely right, where when we reimagine universities or institutions, I think IIT Kanpur is doing a phenomenal job, and Nikhil is at the heart of it, and kudos to them. But I think all institutions really in India really need to start looking at solving India's problems, and universities should no longer be a place where only degrees are being granted or learning happens inside a classroom. In my Nitin was here for a while, and he's part of my state, Uttarakhand, and he's doing phenomenal work. And one of the things which I'd suggested to Uttarakhand government some years ago was to transform the degree colleges they have. So far, right now, what happens in degree colleges, they run some very basic BA, BCom, BSc degrees. Students on the remote corners come in, teachers come, they don't come, all that. And these positions are seen as the punishment postings, because you are in a far off corner of Uttarakhand somewhere, and you are running a degree college. Students are coming, they want to learn. Teachers are teaching something, but the places are not being reimagined as an agent of social change. So my model to them was, imagine that the degree college principal is a CEO, somebody like what the work Nikhil is doing at IIT Kanpur, and utilize the collaborative methodologies of IIT Roorkee and IIM Kashipur, GB Pant University. So these universities of higher education, larger ones, should actually become the feeder ground for these smaller colleges. And these smaller colleges then should get into the K-12, the high schools, and do the same. So there is a hub and spoke. So exactly, resonate with Professor Parsa, what you're saying. Totally right. Education in India and otherwise need to be socially transformative in that sense. We are now just 6 minutes. So I have just one question to both of you. Is, where do you see role of education in a post-COVID world? And how do you think that academic institutions, whether schools, colleges, or universities, how do you think they can transform themselves? It's one thing is, yes, they should be doing socially transformative work. My question to you, and specifically for an Indian context, is that how these schools and colleges and universities can transform. What is the way so that they can transform? Because they are so bound by legacy and legislation and the way things happen in a particular way. So Professor Parsa, what do you think they should be doing? 3 things you say they should be starting with, so that there's a smaller goals and then they can build further.
Okay. Coming from business school, thank you, Dwarikaji. From our university, the motto is great private university, dedicated for public good. Dedicated to public good. That's our motto. Yeah. So in business schools, what we are doing is information sciences, informatics, and finance. They are taking the social problems of the society. For example, we got the food bank. They are working on the logistics for a food bank. Number 2, they are looking at transportation system, city of Denver, how we should be 2030. Right. So we don't solve all the problems, but we are taking business education, teaching them how to solve social problems. We don't solve them. It's a skill set, we are developing it. One more example I'll give you. In inner cities, you all know in America, inner cities are very, very poverty driven. No agriculture, no farming, no good produce, no grocery stores. 2 of our graduates worked on 7 years. 7 years. Now they have fresh produce available in inner cities. They are working full time still. In the evenings they do. And we have what we call We Don't Waste. That's organization. Of course, India has plenty of those. They save 10 million meals giving it to the homeless. That's another one.
Wow.
And now the new initiative is how to transform hospitality workers who laid off restaurants, hotels. They are closed. In Denver, Colorado, all restaurants closed. how to reskill them to go into healthcare. How to reskill them go into healthcare needs people, hospitality is oversupply. So that is the roles we are doing it. Take the hospitality workers, they know people skills, transfer them into healthcare, low-level healthcare workers. So we're shifting human talent one industry to the other.
Fantastic.
Those are the things. Yeah.
Fantastic. You know, I'm reminded of an experiment which is being run at University of Cincinnati by my close friend Amitabh Raturi. So they run a interesting program every year called Back to Business for the locals of Ohio at Cincinnati, people who have never had the business degree, and they train them into basics of business.
Sure.
So this year, Professor Parsa, you will be happy, and Professor Tamwara, you will be happy to know that we extended this program to 20 countries. So we had a cohort because it was digitally possible for us. So we had a cohort of 60 people who had either lost the jobs during the COVID situation, or they never had a business degree, wanted to use this time to gain some more things. And we had a faculty panel from 10 countries.
Amazing.
So 15 of us from 10 countries taught 60 of these people over 7 weeks. You know, each weekend. So 15 days, and that's why I think giving back, universities have to have this kind of, they need to come out of the classrooms, teachers and the students, to start going on the streets of that particular city where they are, and they understand the local problems much better than anybody else would, and try to see if they can collaborate with people. They might not be having all the answers, but of course they can reach out to somebody like you today with technology and take your case study about and do something in my small town of Dehradun, for example. And then how do you solve this particular problem? Professor Tamwara, your last comments on how do we transform?
Professor Parsa, thank you so much. Both of you made wonderful points. I love the presentation. The 3 points I have are as follows. Number one, my very beloved guru in India used to say the end of education is character. So the universities, our education system should produce men and women of good character. That should be the aim, that should be the aim of our education system. Number two, that can be accomplished when we de-link education from jobs. The moment we establish education or higher university, higher learning institutions as modes for getting jobs somewhere, I think we completely lose the track, because our focus completely shifts to how people get skills so that they can get a job in a particular sector. We want to make our young men and women very capable individuals who are pursuing their own passions. Because when I say passion, they're passionate about a particular subject and they want to master it. They want to excel in it. That way they'll contribute phenomenally to the country, because they'll come up with very creative ideas. So one is to build people of character. And number two, to de-link the education from the job system. And the final thing which I have is how we see our own faculty members. We should not see faculty members. Our society should accord a lot of respect to our faculty members. There's an enormous need. If a person has become a faculty member at a university, of course our society does recognize and give respect, but I think we can do a lot more, because they are the people whom we are entrusting our children. Their futures we are entrusting to their hands. And not just that, in a world where media could be biased, in a world where every political party could come and talk about its own message and then say, so there are no neutral public channels available where society can get information from, where society can get advice from. And as academics, I think our greatest role is to be those public intellectuals who can very neutrally, very objectively, very broadly inform our society. So I think there are 3 points which I would say is the way forward.
Thank you, Professor Tamwara. Brilliant points, very pertinent. Thank you, Professor Parsa. And Nikhil, 30 seconds from you more, that the discussion actually gets summed up by 2 lines of my poem. So with your permission, Nikhil, I would like to recite, I know Ravi could not, I would now take this opportunity, being a poet, that the role of education is all about giving wings of hope to our kids. So the poem is called Ummeedon Ke Pankh. And my apologies for some people who don't understand Hindi. I will translate it later and send across to Nikhil. कि सपनों को उड़ने के लिए हवाई जहाज का टिकट नहीं लगता. सपनों को उड़ने के लिए हवाई जहाज का टिकट नहीं लगता. बस पलकों को उम्मीदों के पंख चाहिए. और ख्याल पकाने के चूल्हे कम नहीं. I think all the kids have ideas and thoughts. Sure. ख्याल पकाने के चूल्हे कम नहीं. नई सोच के कोयलों को एक चिंगारी चाहिए. So that chingari, that flame, I think can come only from academic institutions and teachers and professors and other people. And the last one is my message to universities. कि सुर्ख कंक्रीट की इमारतों में ज्ञान कसमसाता है. सुर्ख कंक्रीट की इमारतों में ज्ञान कसमसाता है. विचारों को पनपने के लिए हरी घास खुली धूप चाहिए. सपनों को उड़ने के लिए हवाई जहाज का टिकट नहीं लगता. बस पलकों को उम्मीदों के पंख चाहिए. With that, thank you everyone for listening to us, and thank you Professor Parsa, Professor Tamwara. It was a pleasure and an honor to host you. Namaste everyone. Nikhil, back to you.
Thanks a lot. I think we have to organize a Mushaira of India Global. It's a so Dwarka ji, with your poem, I must say that more than 630 people are today listening to us from different countries. Hopefully, many of them are able to understand what you have said. And not only you, the points made by Dr. Tambada, Dr. Parsa were absolutely brilliant. Now we are moving towards the last session of the day. I know it's getting very late in India, but it's still quite early in US. I know it must be around 8 o'clock in Denver, Parsa ji. Yeah. We have friends from Boston, we have from California, from UK, all across the world. And now we are moving to our last session of the day. And I'm extremely honored to invite Professor Ved Nanda to give a keynote speech. Professor Ved Nanda is a Padma Bhushan and an emeritus professor at Strum School of Law, University of Denver. One of the most well-known figure in law education in United States and India. Dr. Nanda also has accepted as a distinguished fellow to be with India Global in 2018. So we are very honored to have him today. Along with Dr. Nanda, we have our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Rao, who is the founder of Mind Shift Academy in Paris. Sanjeev is currently based out of south of France. He was recently sharing me that you Indians have more freedom than we in France, because we are allowed to go only 1 hour outside. 59 minutes you have to on the app. Maybe Sanjeev can tell more about what's going on in France. Then we have Ms. Shweta Shalini, the brilliant BJP spokesperson and serial entrepreneur. And we have Dr. Ivan Dokovic, the professor and my friend from an entrepreneur from Montenegro. Ivan is one of the top digital scientists of Montenegro, as well as he heads one of the largest television networks and investors network of Montenegro. He's very, very active in angel community. And thanks a lot, Dr. Ivan, for coming over today. And so let me give it to Sanjeev and formally welcome Dr. Nanda.
Hello, everybody. Great to be here. It's an honor and a very humbling experience to be here, to see so many people come with the same purpose. So I'm really, really delighted to be here. Nikhilji, thank you for putting this off. I think even in moments of crisis, it's such opportunities which give us hope and make us all want to get together on a common platform, because I think at the end of the day, the crisis also brings us together to the universal human values. And I think that's the most important reason. Before I pass on to Dr. Nanda, I just want to do a good transition from the previous session. Thank you to all the speakers all day today, and especially the section of education, because I think you brought up a very good question yesterday of what everybody was talking about yesterday, but I think we need to move tomorrow, is about character and education. So how do we go beyond just knowing and doing towards being? So thank you very much for that transition. And very, very honored here to have Dr. Ved Nanda, keynote speaker today. Very, very distinguished person, Padma Bhushan, and also a very, very inspiring person for all of us. Dr. Ved Nanda, really looking forward to the keynote address from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjeev ji, Nikhil ji, Parsa ji, Yashodan ji, and all my distinguished colleagues. First of all, Nikhil ji, I have to congratulate you, and then I have to have a footnote, maybe two of them. As a lawyer, if I don't have any footnotes, I'm not worth it. So I have a couple footnotes. And so first of all, I congratulate you because people keep talking about India time. And you have kept it minute to minute appropriately. And the only ones who did not are my distinguished educational colleagues. But even they didn't go beyond 3 or 4 minutes extra. So I want to congratulate you for that. Now, a couple footnotes, because I teach and I'm at the same university as Dr. Parsaji. I need to tell you that we have a weird kind of university in the sense that the entire university is on a system that's different from ours. They are on 4 quarters a year. We are on 2 semesters a year. So in March, we were still in the middle of the semester. And all of a sudden, when the university said closed, then the very next they were able to do it on Zoom. And that really was a miracle because most of us, at least in the law school, they have not taught classes online. They have not used Zoom, but in a day, they were equipped to be able to teach on Zoom. Now, I began after that because my classes, 2 of them, international law, international human rights law, they were both on Zoom. And now next semester, again on Zoom. And the one difficulty I have is that I have 50 of them, university had capped that class. And I have 17 on wait list. And I can't see more than 49 on my screen. So for the first time in my life, I have not permitted people who are on wait list to be added to the class. The second footnote I want to make is that here in this country, universities are going to be in trouble. We have exceedingly excessive tuition. And as you know, being that costly, there are many colleges and universities that depended, many of them, on international students. And they are not coming because they were the ones who were paying full fees. And so many colleges and universities might go under. So I simply wanted to mention to you that the universities will have to change, at least in this country, as to how to be sustainable. Now, I have got 3 distinguished colleagues with me, and we've got 45 minutes, and I've taken already about 3-4 minutes. So I'm going to compress my own talk and simply say in about 10 minutes what I intended to say in about half an hour. And so let me begin. I think the threat here that you mentioned, plenty of threats, but one that we cannot avoid and cannot ignore is obviously the corona. And that one has got tragic consequences in this country and many others. At the present time, you probably know, we have 13.2 plus million cases. And we have got a tragic landmark that 250,000 people have died. And there is no end to that surge. Hospitals are full. The doctors at the present time are keenly aware of the challenges that they face, and I'll stop there. So how do you respond to that threat is what at the present time, many universities, schools, all kind of institutions are looking at. As an international lawyer and human rights lawyer, international lawyers have been looking at the possibility of resisting all that has happened in violation of human rights because of the corona. And I won't go into it. But for our own diaspora, especially in this country, I would touch very briefly and not elaborate on any of them. One is, how do we serve people? Because there are needs. Needs are unmet. Those unmet needs have to be somehow met. And what do? NGOs in this country have been working very hard, but I'm very pleased to report to you, as probably in many other countries, here, Indian diaspora has stepped up. We have a Seva International, and Seva International has been doing wonderful work. I was going to mention to you what they aspire, and just a couple things that serving humanity in distress, aiding local communities, promoting volunteerism, and the beneficiaries to be agents of change in development and strive to make progress based, broad-based. And Seva International has done wonderful work. And here, some organizations, Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh is one, that has at the present time done Seva Diwali. Because Diwali is a time that we feel joyous occasion, and Seva is the one that we feel very importantly, coming from the Indic traditions, that Seva, serving humanity, is serving divinity, serving God. And Seva International has taken that very seriously. Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh has done wonderful work. Let me briefly mention to you, working with 175 different organizations in 180 cities, more than 100,000 pounds of food distributed. But along with that, when coronavirus hit, at that time, masks, food, stranded people, helping them, Seva International again stepped up. So one particular issue that I want to mention to you is that you'll be very pleased to know that diaspora here, and I know that in many other countries, and I have seen the reports from Australia, from the UK, from other countries, they have done the same thing. Second issue that I wanted to mention to you is that here, as you know, I won't dwell on it at all, but I want to simply remind you, you all know, that in technology, people from Indian origin, especially Hindus, they have done exceptionally good work. Google CEO, Microsoft CEO, City Group CEO was an Indian. SoftBank, Vision Fund, CEO Indian. Adobe, NetApp, PepsiCo, Nokia. I think I could go on and on. I've got here about 23 organizations, big multinationals, big groups that have been working in the business area, in technology. They are there. And so their contribution is going to be immense. And third area that I wanted to mention to you briefly is that India and what India does, at times there is a little distortion in the United States, perhaps in other countries. So Indian diaspora has been doing a whole lot in order to bring together, at least meeting them in networking with opinion makers, with decision makers. These are our congressmen, these are our senators, these are our governors, These are the people in legislatures in different states. So reaching out to them, telling them what India is doing, trying to see that distortion is somehow, if not completely eradicated, minimized. So that is what the diaspora has been doing. So the threat is obvious, and how to respond to that threat, the diaspora has been making a great deal of effort. Here I need to also mention to you, they're very pleased to report to you that the embassy, the consulates, they have at the present time made great deal of strides compared with the past when they were silent observers about what was happening in the country. They have been activists. They have taken proactive action. In many places, just as in Denver, Shodhanji and others, they have tried to have tried to talk about India and India's image and distortions to be taken care of. So these are the areas in which at the present time, Indian diaspora has been working, many other fields, but as I mentioned to you, I shouldn't take more than 8-9 minutes, and I think I'm probably done. So thank you very much. I think I'm very pleased that you have educated me today, because I did not know all that you mentioned about this data, digital dana, dan, then talking about the change that is happening in data protection, because I teach data area, so I am delighted to see that. And along with that, all that is happening in the medical field. And I especially want to congratulate Dr. Nageshwar Reddy ji today. I think I was very pleased to hear what Dr. Patnaik has to say. So thank you very much for educating me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you. And I'm honored and privileged to be with you. And my distinguished colleagues, I'm going to listen to them and learn from them. So thank you very much. Sadhana Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nanda. That was a very, very inspiring moment, and especially I think you've touched the dot on the very, very important point which all of us diaspora live outside, is about the question of distortion. And I think more than ever, it's been a role for all of us to be true ambassadors of our country. And I think each of us have been doing it. And thanks for bringing the point up. And I'm so happy to be here to showcase what the power of India is, of getting together, mixing with everybody, and the unity in diversity. So thank you for bringing up that point. And very interesting.
Sanjeevji, I need to simply say a word about it.
Please, sir.
And that is that today, the United States, as you probably know, needs India more than India needs the United States. For geopolitical considerations, for needing in order to see that that part of the world where India is in a very tough neighborhood and with all terrorism and problems. So I think at the present time, the need is, and we have done that, our diaspora is very, very eager to see that no matter who comes in the White House, and no matter who are the decision makers here, that we remain in touch with them, we work with them in order to see that India-US strategic partnership continues without any interruption. So thank you for my interruption again.
Thank you, sir. From now, I think the other point which I'm very, very happy to be a moderator on a group is you all get a chance to introduce some very amazing people. And I want to take this opportunity to ask Shweta Shalinji to come aboard and share what you feel are some of the threats and opportunities at the moment. You have shown, being a serial entrepreneur yourself, been so impactful on so many of the subjects linked to society, and also your role in politics and as a spokesperson. It'll be great to have your points of view on what you think are some of the threats we are really facing at the moment, not only as a country, but in the world, and maybe some opportunities you see behind that. So, Shweta Shanji, it's really, really an honor to have you on this panel and really interested to listen to what your take on the subject is.
I think Shwetaji's internet is not working properly. So let her reconnect.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we'll start with Dr. Evan.
Okay. While we wait for...
yes, I'm here, Nikhilji.
Excellent, excellent. Great to have you here. So
Great.
please.
Thank you, Sanjeevji. And before my internet goes... One of the biggest threats of today's crisis is bad internet connections in India. I am working out and talking out of a small suburb right out of Mumbai called Thane, and yet I'm struggling with a completely shaky internet connection. So Maxwell had said, am I audible to everybody, Sanjeev ji?
Yes, yes.
Great.
Shweta, you can
So
please
Maxwell,
carry.
yes, Maxwell had said that every crisis situation gives you two opportunities. One is to stand still and wait patiently or advance further. I think this pandemic has given us a lot of opportunities to advance in various manners. I, for once, as a mother, have struggled with education and online education of my own twin boys. And I understand that today's challenges basically builds up, and today's struggles basically builds up the strength which are going to be permanently required for the tomorrow that we are going to create for the next generation, which means virtual learning is in. Knowledge is definitely going to be in an ecosystem which is not going to be the push education system that we studied in. It is going to be a pull education system where the children in their ecosystem have to pull information from a vast knowledge of the so-called Googles available to them. And I think as a mother, as a citizen, I have struggled and understood that this is the challenge that gives the next opportunity in the field of education. I think Corona also taught us that the shape of things to come or shape of the problem is going to be much larger than what we have envisaged. Hence, we cannot step into the 21st century with solutions of the 20th century. And I think that is the biggest challenge that the education system today is facing. Thankfully, in India, thanks to the Modi government, and I have been introduced as BJP spokesperson, so I need to talk about the new education policy, which I think after 34 years, the national policy for education has been changed. And I think one of the most 5 important points that I want to bring out from this new education policy, which I think is going to be making the most impact. Point number 1 is that we talked about a formal education system from the age group of 6 to the age group of 14. But now that has been extended from an age group of 3 to the age group of 18. And I think with the addition of the early education program, the difference is going to be the maximum, because it is in the early stages that the intelligence level, the IQ, the EQ, and the AQ, the adverse quotient level of a child actually gets developed. I think second and the most important thing, we've been talking all across the globe about mother tongue and how the Chinese Baidus have ruled the world. So mother tongue as a mode of instruction has been introduced in the education system in the new policy for India as well. I personally feel that children are going to move over and cross the bondage of language, and especially English language, and work towards different streams and, more importantly, research. The third and the most important of them all is that vocational training has actually started and will actually start from class 6th. which is, of course, is going to be very, very important, because skilling, we thought, was an academic line which had to be added on as a finishing school. Now, vocational training is going to be a part of academics. I think one of the most critical things, which also is, to my mind, the largest threat of these times, is what we have brought out in the education policy in India, is the cutting of these lines between the streams of the arts, science, and commerce that in India we still existed. I think there was also a line which was clearly drawn between the curricular and the co-curricular, and probably the vocational and the academia. And that line, I think, created a line in the mindset of the student, which needed to go. Because I personally feel, and in fact, I want to give an example. A lot of us are based out of the US. In 2013, Rob Johnson, who was actually the inventor of the CEO. When he took over JCPenney as the CEO, one of the most important changes that he brought about in JCPenney was the introduction of the Apple Playbook. And with that, he actually introduced fair everyday pricing. And with fair everyday pricing, he introduced discounts and so on and so forth. With Rob Johnson being one of the most successful people as far as Apple Play Stores is concerned, let me tell you on record that he was one of the most failed and most written and sought after failures in the retail industry as far as JCPenney is concerned. And you know why? Because what I call and the world calls and the researchers call, and we are a think tank. I have a lot of academicians here. I just heard Professor Nanda speak. I know the huge amount of work that he's done. I know that you are aware of something called as the Eistelung effect. Now, what exactly is the Eistelung effect? And this Eistelung effect is the biggest challenge of today's times, especially in education. Because this Eistelung effect is the predisposition of a human mind to actually look for solutions that already exist, that we are prone to, that we are aware of. And even when probably a simpler or a better solution exists for a challenge. It's like saying that the mind behaves like a hammer and looks at everything like a nail. And that's why we need to change this approach of human psychological mind to this Eistelung effect. And how? Which precisely means what? Which means that we need to look at these threats and look at solutions in a completely new manner. I was thinking about what the term out of box actually means. Out of box, when we talk about out of box, it actually means that we have already defined the box. And hence, it's very, very important for us that when we talk about out of box, we actually talk about lines which are drawn beyond. And we can talk beyond singular streams and singular disciplines. Why should we look at asking a child to choose one particular stream at the age of 14 or 18? Why cannot he be multidisciplinary? Look at a dragonfly. I think if we actually study dragonflies, you will realize that, dragonfly has 30,000 oddities in his eye system, which is a compound eye system, which actually captures images and creates a complete complex mirage of an image in his mind. This is the child that we need for the future, which has and maps knowledge in different multiple disciplines and maps different knowledge streams into his mind. Of course, multidisciplinary, multifaceted streams are actually, and multiple intelligences. A lot of research has been happening around this, but this is the time where we need to avoid the Eistelung effect and ensure that we not only think outside of the box, but we actually think beyond the box. Entropy was a thermodynamic concept. But today, entropy is something which has been used beyond thermodynamic to actually migration planning. It has been used in one of the most complex project management systems. I quite remember talking about evolution and studying about evolution with respect to only Darwin. But today, computing involves evolving, and that is something which is going to take us to the next level of complex solutions. Last but not the least, I think we've actually downplayed the Jack, because when we said Jack of all and master of none, we probably forgot that a Roger Federer basically played a lot of sports before he figured out that he will be passionately interested and do very well in tennis. We need to select more Roger Federers. We need to award more Jacks in our systems, because the more complex problems that we face in the 21st century today, in today's times today, including climate, including conflict, including democracy, including health. Corona has shown us this. These problems are going to be complex, and these complex problems will have to be solved by an education system which is definitely going to be multifaceted, multidisciplinary, and I'm very, very sure multidirectional. So all I would say to sum up is, let's all avoid the eye-stilling effect in education. And that is what a think tank like India Global can do. What I would suggest on this platform is forming a group to understand the 21st century problems and do not solve it through solutions of the 20th century, but figuring out the solutions for the 21st century as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta ji, for this wonderful and passionate point of view on a very, very important subject. I think you brought up 3 important points, which I think just would like to bring back. It's all a question of mindsets. You can see the world as you wish, but it's all a question of mindsets. And I think maybe a new pair of specs and a new pair of lenses is also required. I love this concept of multidimensional, because I think not only is it a question of getting people to solve multiple problems and bringing the Jack back, but I think we should not forget that the youth today have also changed. When I grew up, my dad said, you've got to work for 20 years and then you do this and then you do that. And that was right at that time. Today, youth want a good job, want purpose, and want to contribute to society. So I think it's up to our generation and our educational system also to give them those levers so that they can express themselves and live their own story. And I think the third point you brought about is closing the blinders between what they call as vocation and education and intellect and intuition, which was talked about earlier. And I think these lines are getting blurred, and rather than looking at the ors, maybe this is the time to look at it as an and. So thank you very much for these points of view. And we move now here to Europe, a place where I live, where there are other issues as well, which added. So I'm very, very happy to have with me Dr. Ivan Jovetic. From Montenegro, and you're not only an entrepreneur, an educator, but also involved in a lot of activities locally. So it'd be great to have your point on what you feel are some of the threats and opportunities in Europe. And I can add a few just afterwards, since I live not too far away from you. And then we can close this. And I'd like to, because it's late, ensure that we are done by in about 7 or 8 minutes, so that we respect the time and this great opportunity which all of us have. So up to you, Dr. Ivan.
Thank you very much. I hope you hear me quite well.
Yes, loud and clear.
Very good. I'm glad that you're living nearby me, so I hope that this COVID-19 situation will end up soon and we can have coffee somewhere around Europe or in India, hopefully. First of all, thank you, especially to my dear friend, Dr. Agarwal, for inviting me to this very specific and very prominent conference. I'm honored to be in such community and in panel with the respective panelists. And thank you very much again. I have my first encounter
with Indian culture was when I was roughly 18 years old, and when I was living in UK. But then I had numerous opportunities to meet a lot of excellent Indian people and have some great friendships. One of them is with dear Nikhil, and I also had an opportunity to visit India in 2015 when I was the visiting lecturer at Maharana Pratap University in Jaipur in Rajasthan. So it is double honor having in mind all of what I have said to be here today. We had so many great insights about the threats and opportunities when COVID-19 and this whole pandemia is about. I think that among numerous very important and very strong impacts that COVID-19 will have, I think actually for this opportunity, for this occasion, I will use two. One is impact towards entrepreneurship and towards business in general. I think that this situation showed that consumer behavior and consumer preferences are completely changing. These preferences are changing in the context of work, health, education, starting a business, doing a business, and all those related things. Somehow, it seems, as you said, I'm from Montenegro and I live in Montenegro. I'm currently at home, despite the fact that I usually do these things from my office. But in my country, police hour is from 7 o'clock. And every movement, every traffic is being forbidden after 7 o'clock. So this impact to entrepreneurship is tremendous. We have a company which is in travel and tourism, which is probably one of the sectors that is highly impacted. And what in this general threat, what can we find? Because people are usually saying that crises are too good things to be wasted, and that every crisis offers some kind of opportunity. One of the opportunities is to start all over again when our brand reputation is concerned, to try to reinvent both our business models and our attitude towards business and our execution of the business. If you take small businesses into account, a very simple things matter. If in a restaurant, for example, if you're bringing 4 breads for 4 people, in this situation, this might mean that they will take it in the same time. They might have a contact, which is inappropriate. Then in certain, especially hospitality, you need to show commitment that you're doing a lot of things to create your facilities and your objects safe, clean, and sound. But furthermore, one of the biggest threats I see when it comes to COVID-19 is education. Distinguished previous panelists said something about impact on education. I really believe that universities all around the world are in deep crisis. They're much more oriented to writing the articles and some kind of ex cathedra lectures, and not paying too much attention on what their students will be doing tomorrow, what they are doing after certain years. They're not paying attention to their careers. What I would like to see when those tenures and professional education advancements are about, I would like to see that a measure for a successful professor is not the number of articles done, it's number of successful former students, number of companies created, number of people employed, revenues of those companies, his own or her own spin-off companies, companies with the students, new startups, and certain things. This situation is giving an additional pain to educational system, because majority of universities went throughout these past 9-10 months, they went to online education. For me, online education is not an education. Why? If you want to have online education, you can go to YouTube or any other Udemy or whatever. But the core notion of the universities and university life is networking, experimenting, having an opportunity to practice entrepreneurship, to make this connection, to practice entrepreneurship, to start a student company, to fail, and then eventually, like previous speaker mentioned, Roger Federer, he was failing in several different sports, but finally he succeeded in tennis. That's the same approach should be used with students. They're failing with different startups, with different entrepreneurial experiments, and then finally they're either succeeding in their entrepreneurial venture, or if they, let's say, give up at the very end, they're becoming an exceptional employees and employees that will provide an additional value to any company. If we think that this is possible with online education, we are living in certain false world. Our university tried in this semester. The previous semester took us really unprepared, but we tried to prepare ourselves during the summer break, and we are doing so-called hybrid lectures. So we have 1 week of online, 1 week of offline, and during the offline weeks, we are trying to experiment with the students with companies, with certain projects, to get them involved into our in-house acceleration called Entrepreneurial Nest, and do several different things. This situation can also be very threatening to entrepreneurial startup community due to the funding, due to the lack of communication, lack of networking. But on the other hand, entrepreneurs are with it, and entrepreneurs are probably more keen to experiment than other individuals. And we have already several different examples that several different startups also found certain opportunities. One of them is BioNTech, who pivoted and merged, in certain contexts, merged with Pfizer and created the COVID-19 vaccine. And there are numerous other, for example, Estonian startups and etc., that are pivoting from one part of the healthcare to another part of the healthcare. So these are a couple of very, very significant threats. But I also see in each of these threats, I see certain opportunities. One of the opportunities for educational institution is not to go fully online, is to change curriculum, because why they need to change curriculum, or why we all need to change curriculum, because COVID-19 situation was not a situation that was ever thought at the university. Why? This is something that even Taleb would call maybe not a black swan, because he said that something similar will happen in the future, and he advised Singaporean government, but maybe a gray swan, because no one fully knew that such crisis will happen, and happened. And the question is, if we don't know that certain crises will happen, and the real life show us that they are happening, how can we prepare our students to act and deal in a real life world? With a textbook and ex cathedra lectures? No. We need to give them a playground for experimentation, for research, for entrepreneurship. Several things we did. We created 2 projects that we're very proud of. One is called Ideas and Character. Each semester, we are giving them different tasks and changing the themes, and they need to deal with real life challenges. Second one is what I already mentioned, an entrepreneurial nest, where we created a form of ideas factory, form of accelerator, where we are asking them first to do a severe research before they start a startup, because usually, at least in Europe, but also in some other continents, but I'm much more comfortable to talk about Europe, we have situation that a lot of startups are emerging just as a pop-up stores. No, startup is a business that is changing that industry, that is changing sector, that is growing exceptionally fast. And a startup, a successful one, is an institution that did a severe research. After they discovered that there is a problem, they did a severe research to identify the solution. And that is what we should learn the students. Not give them the solutions, give them the field to experiment. And if we understand this eventually, I think that this will be the biggest opportunity we as educators, as universities, got from COVID-19. We got a warning sign that we need to change what we are doing in order to increase capabilities and prepare students for life of tomorrow and prepare them to be global, exceptionally networked, and ready to pivot and ready to cooperate.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jovitich. I think it's very well echoed what we've all said. And I think the two things I want to talk about is I think we just need to review the way the accreditations are done and on what basis professors and everybody are decided. It's a very good point. And the second thing is to re-engage students. That's very important. I don't want to give any information from my side because I think everything has been said. I just want to thank the three speakers to really for the amazing insights and the honesty. Nikhilji, I'm just going to say a few words to end and then I'll hand it over to you. The two biggest challenges I see for the world is we are very lucky. When I said to myself here, where am I living? I'm able to do Zoom. I realized I was privileged because there are so many people in the world who have been left out of this. And I just want to make sure that we don't forget about them because we are here in our own problems, in our own issues, which is bad. But there are many people, daily laborers, and a lot of people who do not have this. And I think we should also think of them more than ever at this point to make sure that the inequalities don't increase after the COVID. And the second thing, as far as education is concerned, I've been teaching now for 8 months online. During the first confinement, I think the students got together and everybody made an effort. I see a disengagement in the second confinement with the students. And I think to be very careful not to forget the human element of the students behind on their homes, because all of them are not sitting in the same situation. And just to finish, Nikhilji, you asked me, what can Europe maybe offer to India? In this crisis, more than anything else, there are three things which helped me at an individual level get through this crisis. And this was my Indian upbringing. It was the capacity to remain simple and be happy with what I have. That's what India taught me. The second thing which India taught me is frugality, is the question of saying, do what you can with what you have. And the third thing is the values of managing chaos and being still, being in the present and taking a step back. These are three Indian values. So I think more than anything else, we are lucky to have brought up in India in a little bit of a chaos situation, but maybe that's probably a value which India can also give to the world during this part of time, Nikhilji. So I think I'm really proud to have been here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And maybe it's the time for India also to give a few things to the world. We've taken a lot from them, and maybe this is the time when we can also share this. So that's the little bit of message which I'd like to share. And thank you to every one of you panels for giving this lovely ray of sunshine to all of us. And together towards, hopefully, as everyone said, let's use this as an opportunity and overcome the threats. Thank you, Nikhilji.
So thanks a lot, Sanjeev. Thanks a lot, Dr. Ivan. Thanks a lot, Shweta ji. Thanks a lot, Nanda ji, for coming today and gracing us with this occasion. And thanks a lot for all the partners, particularly Elets, who have hosted us today as a part of World Education Summit. Hopefully next year, we are trying to host this summit either in Stanford or Imperial. Hopefully we'll see you next year. Sanjeev, to pick up your last point, what India has been given is, I think the beginning of the session, one of the speakers has said value-based alliance. So India has given this to the world. Now everybody knows that the greeting is with a folded hands. There is no shake hand. There is no hug. Everything is a folded hand. And you started with a very interesting thought that when we say namaste, there is no morning, there is no evening, there is no afternoon, there is no hi, there is no hello. It's only namaste. So that is something which India has given, and India is also taking a lot. I think this has been the most fruitful science and innovation 6 months I have seen in the recent times. The kind of innovation which is happening in startup space, the kind of innovation happening in medtech. Dr. Reddy outlined about the medtech. The data privacy, we have never thought about that, how much data privacy will be so important. Dr. Amar Patnaik spoke about it. Then education is becoming extremely important. Every single thing, whatever we touch today, is becoming more and more critical. I think the value of human life, the value of family, value of love, value of friendship is growing. That is something we are realizing when we are away from friends, we are away from each other, we are realizing the things we have taken for granted, they're extremely precious, they're extremely important, that we should not leave them go. So thanks a lot for everyone for coming today. Still, we have hundreds of people joined from across the world. And in India, it's quite late. It's 12:30 in the middle of the night. So all the people who have joined us from India or eastern side of India, thanks a lot. And hopefully see you again next year physically. And meanwhile, you can participate in India Global seminars. If you have any information, please do write to us. Thanks a lot once again. And goodbye.
Thank you again, and goodbye to all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.